audio test from 67.
Hello.
Great. This is
How are you, Sal?
Good morning, Greg.
Morning to you. Alvio was on, and so we're a minute.
All right. Early.
Hey, so
Yeah.
you can take the mask off.
Fine.
Hey, am more handsome with the mask on?
Salute, you take the mask off unless someone's lingering closely to her.
I'm a staff member, and I'll hear me.
Wait, babysit you?
Yeah. There's what we're doing. You know, we're working into this.
So we have a distance around him all times with all people.
Well, that was the case before COVID.
Exactly.
It is still during COVID.
I travel with Salute, and I tell you, it's an experience we should all get together and talk about.
That's let me see. I haven't read it.
Case of review you have.
Three font.
Salute, have you got your long shower amendment?
Oh, half my
Oh,
is great. Shower today.
You're out now, so what are you saying?
Amendment was votes and do votes here and do the vote recommendation.
No, not quite.
Over the poll.
But come on. If you Garcia. Bernice.
Hello. This is staff. She be
Grace, I'm holding off until Peter Facio, our chairman, comes on to be on. So if you just a few more minutes, thank you.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yes, who's talking?
Sam.
Oh,
Grace.
hi, Sam.
I'm trying to get some technical issues figured out.
Okay, is anybody else having any problems? You're live, Sam.
All right. Okay.
Good morning, this is John Garamendi.
Hello, John.
Grace, how are you?
Just fine. Waiting for Mr. DeFazio?
We'll spend the rest of our life waiting for Peter.
No, not true. Not true.
Make nice to the chairman. Good
Make
piece of
very
work.
nice.
Good bill. Very
I
good
hope
bill,
you
Grace.
have
Thank you.
everybody's received the latest list of amendments, which is only 45 so far.
Well, I'll make mine quick.
Great.
Good.
Brevity will be appreciated.
I'm going to mute and listen carefully.
Thank you, sir.
Joe says you should not continue.
Call the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure to order. Pursuant to Committee Rule 5F, House Rule 11-2H4, the Chair may postpone for the proceedings today on any question of approving any measure or matter, adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, and without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Today, the committee will consider the approval of an updated committee roster due to changes on the minority side and H.R. 7575, the Water Resources Development Act of 2020, WRDA. Before proceeding further, I would first like to make a few comments about how we intend to proceed today. Covered these issues during our last marathon markup for H.R. 2, and hopefully this will not be a marathon. And I want to briefly remind members of them for this markup as well. Today's markup is being held in the committee's hearing room as well remotely via Cisco WebEx for members and staff in the hearing room. I do have an announcement based on guidance from the Office of the Attending Physician dated June 16, 2020. Members, staff, and all others physically present in this room are informed that in accordance with recent guidance from the Office of Attending Physician, masks must be worn at all times during today's proceedings, except when a member is speaking in a microphone. The chair views this as a safety issue, therefore an important matter of order and decorum, and will assert responsibility to preserve order and decorum with respect to the wearing of masks. The chair's authority to enforce the preservation of order and decorum during the committee proceedings derives from Speaker's enforcement authority under Clause 2, Rule 1. Pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 11, the rules of the House are the rules of the committees. Subcommittees are as far as applicable, and the committee chairs have long been responsible for the enforcement of general decorum in the respective committees. The chair would greatly prefer that all present simply uphold the decorum of the committee by complying with reasonable safety standards as recommended by attending physician and are respectful of all occupants of the room. Who are feeling that enforcement could include denial of recognition toward members who refuse to uphold standards of decorum. For members participating remotely, I want to remind you of key regulations, House Committee on Rules to assure markup goes smoothly. Pursuant to HRES 965 and its associated regulations, members must be visible on screen for purposes of identification when joining the proceeding. Members must also continue to use the video function of today's software platform, Cisco WebEx, for the remainder of the time, they are attending this markup unless experiencing connectivity issues or other problems. If a member is experiencing any connectivity issues or other technical problems, please inform committee staff as soon as possible so you can receive assistance. A chat function is available for members on Cisco WebEx platform for this purpose. Members can also call the committee's main phone line at 202-225-4472 for technical assistance by phone. Chair may declare recess subject to call of chair at any time. If it becomes necessary in order to address technical difficulties, members must be visible on screen in order to vote. In order to be counted for purposes of establishing a quorum, please clearly say your name when called upon by the committee's clerk during a roll call vote or quorum call. Members may not participate remotely in any other proceeding that may be occurring simultaneously. It is the responsibility of each member seeking recognition to do so verbally and hence unmute their microphone prior to speaking. To avoid any inadvertent background noise, I request every member keep their microphone muted when not seeking recognition to speak. Should I hear any inadvertent background noise, I'll request the member please mute their microphone. All materials related to this markup, such as the bill that we are considering and filed amendments, have been available electronically on the committee's website or via email for member staff. Finally, despite this markup being conducted in part remotely, I want to emphasize that all standard rules of decorum apply. As the chair of today's markup, I'll make a good faith effort to provide every member experiencing connectivity issues an opportunity to participate fully in the proceedings. This markup is also being live streamed for the public to view. Let me just say that the chair intends to provide every member the chance to participate fully, be recognized in seeking recognition, afford reasonable latitude to remote members who are seeking recognition to offer amendments, raise points of order, make parliamentary inquiries, or undertake other procedure when timeliness is factor. I want to assure members that the procedural rights of all members will be protected. I hope all of us will be patient, exhibit our usual level of comedy if we must work through any technical issues together. Now, the first order of business is approving a revised roster and subcommittee assignments of our membership on the minority side. Of note, the revised roster reflects the retirement from the House of Representatives Mark Meadows, who served as a member of this committee, and the appointment of Representative Mike Garcia of California. I would now recognize Ranking Member Westerman for a statement regarding, well, Graves, because he can do it remotely. I forgot, sorry. Ranking Member Graves remotely for a statement. Hey, Sam.
Hey, sorry, I apologize for not being there in person, but it appears that I may have been exposed, so we're going to do it this way. But I do want to thank Chair DeFazio, and I'd like to take just a moment to welcome our newest member to the committee. And I'm particularly excited to say that we're not just adding a Republican member, we're adding a naval officer and an excellent pilot to the committee. Congressman Mike Garcia represents the Southern District of California, or the Southern California 25th District. Congressman Garcia is a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy. He flew more than 30 combat missions during Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003, and during his nearly 2 decades of active and reserve military service, he accumulated more than 1,400 hours of operational flight time. Following his military career, he succeeded in the private sector as well, working 11 years as an executive for one of our defense contracting companies. He served that company well, and he served his country with
Everybody else is wearing a mask. Could you please get a mask?
He served his country with distinction, and I look forward to him serving on the committee. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I ask unanimous consent that the assignment is set forth in the rosters to be approved. Without objection. So ordered. Without objection, the Subcommittee on Water Resources and Environment is discharged from further consideration of H.R. 7575. I call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now would first recognize myself for my opening statement. I've got it right here. Thank you. On Monday, I was joined by Ranking Member Graves, Subcommittee Chair Napolitano, and Subcommittee Ranking Member Westerman, introducing the Water Resources Development Act of 2020, the authorizing bill for the Corps of Engineers. I'm pleased that in the T&I tradition, we're doing it every 2 years, and we are doing it in a bipartisan manner. The bill under consider today was developed with input and ideas from both sides of the aisle. Unlike any other WRDA bill in the past, this bill had an added challenge of being drafted and negotiated virtually, no easy thing. Overcoming this challenge only underscores the important nature of the bill, longstanding commitment of Congress to invest in the nation's water infrastructure. A little shout out to our former chair, Bill Schuster, who got this tradition back on track. H.R. 7575 includes projects and policy provisions that impact communities across the nation. It authorizes construction of 34 projects studied and approved by the Chief of Engineers since WRDA 2018 was signed into law, which is 5 times as many as we were able to do back in 18. It also authorizes 35 new Corps of Engineers feasibility studies, directs the Corps to expedite the completion of 41 ongoing studies, all of which were submitted to the Corps by local sponsors willing to share the costs of these project studies. H.R. 7575 continues our work to ensure the full utilization, finally, of the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund by unlocking the nearly $10 billion of taxes collected from the American people that are sitting idle in a so-called trust fund. These were taxes assessed on shippers and ultimately passed on to consumers, and we want them to be used for their intended purpose. I started working on this issue with Bud Schuster, Bill's dad, back in 1996. Good things take a while in this town. The legislation also directs the Secretary of the Army to equitably allocate harbor maintenance expenditures to pay for harbor operation maintenance needs while addressing the ongoing of the nation's largest and its harbors. We managed to come to an equitable agreement, easier, more. Bill recognized the importance of the inland water play in our and provide a cost share to help leading of projects. I give to our member at Con Am. He made a little tour of some fabulous work, only 100 old, but where are other critical the inland waterway system that need investment, this cost shift help with that. We put an allocation of fund, the infrastructure committee passed and the House passed some time ago for inland waterway. Finally, the bill really emphasizes resiliency for our communities to meet current and future challenges, changing conditions, more flooding, adding provisions to ensure taxpayer dollars spent on infrastructure will be resilient and will contribute to long-term resiliency of communities across the country. It has specifically that focus on severe climate change, natural infrastructure, support provisions of minority, tribal, rural communities, legislation should all communities, especially communities with economic challenges, that's forward. They need flood and some restoration. It's essential for community safety of the country and for our ports, harbors, and our way. You know, economy, in our environment, benefit passage forward to 21 additional little footnote. I mean, prevention is perpetually funded. Have I think $40 critical projects, and you know the billions that we're going to release from the help some of their work in the coast areas, but there are many other things in investment, and so you know, hopefully we can begin to allocate resources to the core, and this has been a vibrant problem, you know, through all administrations in recent time. So with that, I will to Ranking Member Graves' statement.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a proud co-chair of the Water Resource Development Act, or WRDA, this year, along with you, Chair Napolitano and Ranking for the past both working hard to reach an agreement in this bill. Appreciate the bipartisan effort that went into putting this together. When the bipartisan manner has the most positive impact on our nation's infrastructure. Throughout the United States, every community relies on some supply chain to get access to people in waterways to move commodities that those districts make for protection our home. And America's Inland Waterway, America's Inland Water Transportation Network infrastructure is especially important to in Missouri, where we've experienced devastating floods last year, 2019, dangers that continue to threaten many of the very same areas this year as well. So Missouri record destroys farms, it used to destroy businesses, just to recover and it's time for that and to suggest in districts like towns like Lake or Craig, Missouri, to this devastation year after year. Author new plan by evaluating risks, Missouri River, path text our authority. This is just the fact. But the folks in the Missouri Basin, they declared that such a plan is going to when this is completed. Just also bordered by Mississippi, other side with local facing challenge, flood and this legislation provides construction of control cities that extensive losses as events. Time after communities in North Missouri inundated by waters only very same and over again changes. We reduce our flood controls completely in a manner. By to that PL 85 program is another important piece of wording this year. Hereafter, continue to calls to my levy. They are happy with the program. 499 grams, so effectively is very close to the river community. Another, and I'm pleased in this bill is lake construction and further evaluation of IRCs or interception riverine complexes. These expensive, undeveloped design the palette, but we don't know if that works. We do know that they are investigation and flood control. We see the disaster from the any more improve they will not negatively credit our communities. These issues are due to other and any other provision is going to have an impact on the economy. But finally, word to fiscally responsible. Authorizing this bill is off. He authored the program that are now they're just no longer. And ultimately, 2020 is going to help America competitive. Foundation for growth, for us to protect our communities for years to come. I ask that to the committee join in this by bill and with you back.
Gentlemen, recognize woman Latana.
Everybody, I just had to. I'm pleased to chairman the fifth ranking subcommittee member Bruce West introducing and leading water development 20. Mike, I see to our committee. The water resource development is investing in core projects that help protect our communities from flooding events, restore environment, and nation by a lot of great bill for the help we've gotten forming relating. Considered truly to shining sea from the Alaska to the Uber restoration California, the and project Texas to New York and New Jersey. This address reach national throughout through the research of staff every nation is no. I would like to thank the foster effort the Harbor Maintenance Trust. Thank you and partnership during all ports receive the year. My region is home largest port nation, the Port of San Juan, Long Beach. Then 40% of the ports exports in the Long Beach invested billions of dollars of their own money to upgrade their infrastructure for the benefit of the entire. Six of the ports are as strong as their partnership with federal governments. As part of the legislation, ports like LA and Long Beach benefit from of the harbor in water to the navigation of federal channels are now eligible. Will be considered the cost benefit ratio for navigation. That look as a primary core and provide tools to provide resilient communities, especially provisions that propose to economic and urban emotions for us to consider. And also thank the mental health this become a reality. So committee vice chair, there's a power and work. Actually, thank you for the Corps of Engineers, been partners, they great night in your team, council of course, but especially to thank the team, David Wellington, Laura, and Bush. I'm a part of answering questions. 11 from Ward 20. That's a lot of missions. I am to have some water lead country in mind with in California who provide a valuable input, including from Barta, even Los Angeles County Advisor, Hilda Solis, Works Director, yeah, City Mayor Eric Garcia, Metropolitan Water District Gloria and Gabriel Water Map Sampiel, Mr. Especially would thank the ranking member Bruce Wester for his friendship and throughout the hearings, tables led to bipartisan. And I would like incredible water staff, including Camille Tom, Alexa West, and Bermudez, Ryan Seeger, Victor Sarmiento, John Bennett. My personal my colleagues help us pass the word. I yield back.
Generally, Ranking Member.
And Fazio, it's to work with you, ranking member and the ranking members to deliver a partisan bill. I would say today, surface transportation. This is could be or maybe drink a cool, do something partisan. On it always partisan. The development 2020 on the 6th to 2020 and 2018 were three important policy and reform focuses of legislation guided by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And these reforms are positive if you just look at projects we are in this within 30 project operations right now. More to come in the next months. Easily surpass the projects authorized to 2018, which remember had year gaps in passage of this work. Our 70 is a bipartisan bill that we developed by working across the aisle to achieve the common and vital goal of investing in America's future competitiveness. H.R. 7575 strengthens our water transportation networks to promote prosperity and economic growth. Importantly, this bill is the fourth WRDA in 8 years, continuing the important business of enacting a WRDA bill every 2 years without conceding congressional authority to the executive branch. It also represents the good legislative work that can be accomplished when both parties work together to advance shared goals. The Subcommittee on Water Resources and Environment, where I serve as ranking member, held numerous roundtables and hearings with public and private stakeholders in developing this legislation, from the Brandon Road project outside of Chicago to visiting ranking member or Chair Napolitano's district at the Long Beach and Los Angeles ports, down to the Houston Ship Channel, the port in Norfolk, and the many places across my district. It's given me an opportunity to get out and see not only how vital water infrastructure is to our country, but the need we have to maintain it and keep it in good working order. Over the past several years, my state and district, like so many, have experienced severe flooding. This bill gives the Corps the tools to help communities build back quicker and stronger. This legislation contains key provisions to do just that by adjusting the cost share for projects constructed on the inland waterways system to ensure expedited project completion, streamlining construction authority for communities that experience repeated flood loss, supporting long-term resilient and nature-based solutions to keep our communities safe from future flood events, advancing the long-stalled MCARN's deepening project and protecting the water supply for users of the Ouachita Black system in Arkansas, and supporting our rural communities and levee districts as they partner with the Corps to protect their communities. I appreciate Chair DeFazio, Chair Napolitano, and Ranking Member Gray's bipartisan work to address a vital need for America's water resources infrastructure. I urge all members to support H.R. 7575, and I yield back. And before I yield back, I have an opening statement by the Dean of the House, Mr. Young, who is unable to be here. I'd like to submit that for the record.
Without objection, be entered into the record. Representative Lipinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, as well as Chairman Napolitano and Ranking Member Westerman for this good bipartisan 2020 Water Resources Development Act. By no means do we all agree on everything in this bill, but the process for putting it together was exemplary, and I think that's why we have this agreement today. Each member had an opportunity to submit their priorities to the electronic portal earlier this year, and then Democratic and Republican staff took joint meetings and worked together through the requests submitted. This is how Congress gets things done. And there are a lot of good things in this bill, not only for my district, Northeastern Illinois, the Midwest, but for the nation as a whole. First, the bill raises the federal cost share for inland waterways projects from 50% to 65% for 7 years. It makes that cost share change permanent for any project that receives construction funding during that time period. Our inland waterway system is an integral part of our nation's transportation system, moving 578 million tons of cargo valued at nearly $232 billion in 2017. A lot of work is currently needed to repair and replace critical locks and dams. The cost share change will help fund navigation projects like the Navigation and Ecosystem Sustainability Program along the upper Mississippi River. It's important to remember that the inland waterways community did their part in providing additional funding for projects when they advocated for an increase in the user fee they pay. I was this committee's chief Democratic co-sponsor of legislation to raise this fee when Congress passed a 9-cent per gallon increase back in 2014. Unfortunately for our nation, this is the only transportation user fee that we've managed to successfully raise in many years, despite our infrastructure needs. This bill also authorizes the Brandon Road project, with Ranking Member Westerman just mentioned, and it makes the federal cost share 80% to help accelerate construction. This project will build a barrier at Brandon Road in Joliet, Illinois, to block Asian carp from entering the Great Lakes. If Asian carp spread to the Great Lakes, they could destroy the entire ecosystem of the world's largest system of freshwater lakes. We must protect the great treasure that is the Great Lakes, and the Brandon Road project is an integral part of our efforts. I also want to quickly mention two other provisions in a bill. First, the bill directs the Army Corps to expedite completion of the Chicago Shoreline Study to determine what additional infrastructure improvements are needed to address the ongoing erosion of the Chicago shoreline from rising lake levels and flooding. Second, the bill authorizes a new study to take a comprehensive look at the entire Chicago River system to determine what environmental restoration can be done to improve the health of the whole system. I thank the committee for including these provisions. Finally, the bill authorizes the Bubbly Creek Restoration Project, which I have championed for many years now. Anyone who has read Upton Sinclair's book, The Jungle, would be familiar with this waterway, which was used as a waste dump from the Chicago Union Stockyards. It's called Bubbly Creek because you could still see the bubbles coming up from years ago. Those stockyards have closed. The carcasses are still decaying there in the bottom. There are still outstanding concerns from the Army Corps about their potential CERCLA liability from cleaning up Ugly Creek that are not yet addressed in this bill. But my staff and the Water Subcommittee staff have worked closely over the years to try to address the Corps' concerns and have come up with some draft language to address this liability issue. I'm hopeful we can continue to work to address the liability issues related to Bubbly Creek cleanup with the goal of including language that addresses that issue as part of this word of legislation. Again, I want to thank Chairman DeFazio for all his work on this bill, along with Ranking Member Graves, Chair Napolitano, Ranking Member Westerman. It's a very good bill. Very glad that we're here today. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Happy birthday, Dan. And now we will move on to Representative Katko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and happy birthday, Dan. Or they used to say in Puerto Rico, feliz cumpleaños. I'd like to begin by thanking Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, Chairwoman Napolitano, and Ranking Member Westerman for their truly bipartisan work to bring the Water Resources Development Act before the committee today. As a proud representative of communities across Lake Ontario's southern shoreline, I'm pleased to join my colleagues in considering substantive legislation to invest in our nation's water infrastructure and projects carried out by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. In my district, years of sustained high water levels and persistent flooding have had a devastating impact, on the conditions of our coast, necessitating significant repair projects in communities like Fairhaven, Great Sodus Bay, and the Port of Oswego. With these projects in mind, I'm pleased that this legislation will improve the availability of federal investment through the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. Additionally, this bill takes important steps to ensure that the Army Corps of Engineers considers regional economic benefits in a project prioritization process. I introduced the Safe Harbors for Our Recreation Economy, or SHORE Act, earlier this year to promote the consideration of our nation's outdoor recreation economy and Army Corps' prioritization process, and I am proud to see this policy advance in this legislation. I'm also proud that the Water Resources Development Act of 2020 recognizes the sustained impact that rising water levels have had on the Great Lakes community and takes important steps to promote investment in Lake Ontario's southern shoreline and the Great Lakes system as a whole. In addition to providing designated funds for harbor maintenance projects within the Great Lakes navigation system, this legislation promotes further investments in coastal resiliency for communities across the 8 Great Lakes states. I'm very pleased that this legislation includes policies I introduced in the Great Lakes Coastal Resiliency Act, expanding the Army Corps' resiliency efforts along the Great Lakes, and requiring specific community recommendations on projects to assist impacted communities. Critically, this bill also authorizes a specific feasibility study regarding coastal storm resiliency on Lake Ontario's southern shore. For that shoreline property and business owners that I know there, these efforts cannot come a minute too soon. As Lake Ontario's southern shore continues to contend with persistent high water levels and the International Joint Commission's abject failure to properly address these issues, this is a very important thing for us to do going forward. Finally, I'm pleased that this legislation would expand research on the treatment and prevention of harmful algae blooms. Like many communities across the United States, harmful algae blooms have grown to represent a major threat to the availability of clean drinking water for my constituents in central New York. Substantive federal leadership is needed to ensure communities have access to the necessary resources to prevent and respond to harmful algae bloom development, and this legislation takes necessary steps to position Army Corps to lead the way on this pressing issue. These efforts, along with all the other efforts I've discussed, are bolstered by bipartisan leadership in Congress. I am proud to join my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in considering the important water infrastructure legislation before us today. I look forward to continuing these efforts moving forward and hoping can get back to bipartisan efforts with respect to the highway bill moving forward as well. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Cohen. Chief Cohen? Okay, we'll get back to him. Representative Carbajal?
Peter?
Do you want me to go, Mr. Chairman? I think Mr. Cohen might be back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Steve, you go ahead if you're there.
Thank you. I didn't have my unmute.
Yeah.
Usually we've got somebody to tell us. Anyway, thank you for what you've done, Chairman. You've obviously done a great job. Hopefully you haven't watered the bill down too much to make it so bipartisan and so kumbaya, because everybody seems to like it. It's a wonderful year, and I want to thank everybody who's already been thanked, and I want to thank them 3 times. I thank particularly the committee for taking my amendment that takes the Park River inland waters at Memphis, the Wolf River and the Nine-Connet Creek, and returns them to the U.S. Corps of Engineers, which is so important. They flood almost constituents, and it's the Corps that should be maintaining those walls, preventing flooding, and not the city of Memphis. So thank you for what you've done. I'm looking forward to voting for this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman for his brevity. Representative Babin. Unmute. Brian? Okay, we'll get back to him. Garrett? What?
He's on. He just needs to unmute. He doesn't realize he's muted.
Well, I said unmute.
He's got it.
I know it. I think I must have muted instead of unmuting, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
Well, then you've been quiet.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'm sorry not to be present in person, but like our ranking member, I was exposed and I'm isolating at home. But I want to say thank you not only to you, Mr. Chairman, but my fellow colleagues that serve on this committee, good committee. I want to say thank you for the bipartisan work that went into making this WRDA bill successful. We unfortunately have not had this level of bipartisanship in the recent past, but I'm very pleased to see the good work that this committee can do when we do work together. As a representative of Southeast Texas, water infrastructure just so happens to be one of the most critical elements of my district, as well as the economic health of our state of Texas and the country. Without efficient ports, strong inland waterways, well-built pumps and levees, this country would not experience the level of successes that it sees today. My district has 4 ports, including one of the nation's biggest ports, which is the Port of Houston. The Houston Ship Channel is the busiest U.S. deep draft waterway, and it is the top export port in the nation, biggest energy port, largest petrochemical manufacturing complex, largest container port in the Gulf Coast, top steel, and #1 breakbulk port. I am proud to help lead the effort to dredge and widen this ship channel to create a more efficient channel by enabling 2-way traffic. I am pleased that this bill addresses some of the needs in fixing and maintaining this ship channel, while recognizing that there is still more to be done. Inland waterways have long been one of the country's critical components to shipping and moving important commodities. I am pleased with the efforts that this bill makes to help move projects forward to facilitate stronger inland waterways by adjusting the cost share agreements. One of the downsides of the Southeast Texas region, however, is the repetitive flooding that so many of my constituents experience annually and suffers from. We have great opportunity to help fix this problem with stronger infrastructure. I'm very pleased to see that this bill makes a number of efforts to help mitigate this devastating flood problem. I will be offering an amendment that will look to expand these efforts while attempting to save the federal government billions of dollars in emergency relief funding. I'm very proud to serve the people of Southeast Texas and pleased with many of the strong provisions included in this bill. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano, Ranking Members Graves and Westerman, for your leadership in advancing this forward-looking bipartisan Water Resource Development Act. WRDA is critical to help build flood control projects and maintain port infrastructure, to name a few. The bill makes important changes to begin to modernize the Army Corps in order to account for resiliency, risk, and address the water needs of marginalized communities. I am pleased to see that the dam disposition study was included in an expedited list for the Army Corps to complete. This is an important project for my district and residents in San Luis, California, in order to address local water supply needs. In addition, this bipartisan agreement also requires a study to examine potential changes to the Army Corps' mission to address future water supply capacity. As we continue to see droughts, increased flooding, and more extreme weather events due to climate change, it is important that the mission of the Army Corps is reflective of the current needs and challenges of our districts and our communities across the country. This will be the fourth consecutive WRDA bill passed out of this committee since 2014. I am glad to see us put aside differences to make sure we are delivering on our duty to serve the American people and our constituents. This bill will help support infrastructure projects in order to grow our economy and create good paying jobs. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Representative Garrett Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to start out by commending you, the Ranking Member Sam Graves, Congresswoman Napolitano, Chair Napolitano, and Ranking Member Westerman for the work on getting a Big Four agreement. Mr. Chairman, you noted that this does return us to the two-year cycle that I think is so important, and I want to thank you very much for working with folks on both sides of the aisle to get an agreement in place and keeping this agreement on track. Congressman Davis is calling me right now, which I guess means he's not paying attention to the markup. Mr. Chairman, I want to just briefly go through some things about South Louisiana and why this is so important. And I've talked about a lot of these things in this committee before, but I think that they're worth repeating. Mr. Chairman, in regard to the Water Resources Bill, this authorizes all of the projects, all of the activities of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. All of us in our districts, we have roads, we have schools, we have job creators, we have critical infrastructure. But Mr. Chairman, if those things are underwater, they're useless. The schools aren't functional, the roads aren't usable, they're not passable. The job creators can't have people come there and earn their dollars and earn their paychecks and create economic activity and employment opportunities if they're underwater. This bill helps to address that. We also have jurisdiction in this committee over FEMA, and we talk in here often about how we come in and spend billions and billions of dollars in the aftermath of a disaster, rather than leaning forward, playing offense, mitigating risk and hazards, putting the protection in place before the disaster comes to us. And Mr. Chairman, in this committee, once again, in a bipartisan manner, back in 2018, we did a water resources bill, and importantly, we did the DARA legislation, reforming FEMA, and beginning this transition, this paradigm shift from being entirely reactive, where we spend way too much money, instead leaning forward and being proactive. But it shouldn't have taken the awful disasters we've had in this country, whether it be Hurricane Katrina, Rita, Gustav, Ike, Harvey, Irma, Maria, Michael, Florence, all of these awful disasters that have affected so many of the people we represent, for us to get there. Mr. Chairman, in the state that I represent, we have 5 of the top 15 tonnage ports in America. 5 of the top 15 tonnage ports in America. And not to be disparaging to anybody, but we do appreciate y'all's puny ports playing a role in intermodal commerce as well. We also handle the waters from Montana to New York to Canada. It is the largest watershed in the United States. I believe it's 42% of the contiguous landmass that we drain through our district. We don't put water into there, yet we deal with everybody else's water, and it ends up flooding our communities, it messes up our ecosystem, and causes extraordinary challenges on Louisiana. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, we have lost 2,000 square miles of our coast, 2,000 square miles of our coast. And to put in perspective, as I told Administrative Gaynor this week, if the state of Rhode Island were to have lost 2,000 square miles, we'd have 49 states today. Rhode Island wouldn't exist. And this is an extraordinary amount of land that does make us more vulnerable. So bottom line is that this bill is so critical to us. It's so critical to Louisiana. It's critical to the nation because of the importance of Louisiana to the nation in maritime commerce and seafood and energy and other things. So I'll say again, one, I want to thank you for working on a bipartisan basis. There's some really important priorities that have bipartisan support in this bill from Congressman Cedric Richmond, Congressman Scalise, from our Democrat governor and others. And I want to thank you for working with us on the LCA Coastal Restoration Program, working with us on hurricane protection, working with us on Homa Navigation Canal, and many of the other priorities that are included in the base text and in the manager's amendment. So thank you very much, and I want to thank the staff, Ryan, Ian, and everyone for working with us as well, and looking forward to going through and hopefully improving the bill a little bit through some of these amendments. Yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to acknowledge your hard work as well as that of Chairwoman Napolitano, Ranking Member Graves, Ranking Member Westerman, and voice my support for the Water Resources Development Act of 2020. This bill, as been said by many, is an essential investment in everyday American life and our infrastructure. Nearly 80% of traded goods that Americans rely on moves through our nation's ports, harbors, and inland waterways. WRDA is the congressional commitment to our nation's water infrastructure. This legislation authorizes the study and construction of locally driven projects developed in cooperation with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. These projects are key to investing in our nation's economy, protecting our communities, and maintaining our highest quality of life. I'm glad the underlying bill reflects many of the priorities important to Maryland and my constituents, including the authorization of construction for the Anacostia Watershed Restoration Project in Prince George's County. The Anacostia watershed is one of the most urbanized watersheds within the Chesapeake region. The continued enhancement of the Anacostia watershed, especially in parts in Prince George County, is critical to my district's well-being. The bill also increases the authorized spending caps for the Chesapeake Bay Environmental Restoration Protection Program, allowing for the continued restoration of the Chesapeake Bay. The legislation also continues the authorization and expansion of the Beneficial Use Pilot Program. Additionally, the extended authorization of the Donor and Energy Transfer Port Program further benefits the Port of Baltimore, which is arguably the most diverse port on the East Coast. With the expansion of the Howard Street Tunnel, the port will finally overcome its longtime capacity hurdle and will enable double stacking of containers into America's heartland. This legislation ensures that the infrastructure needs of our communities are being met and that Congress has the proper oversight of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I'd like to continue to work with my colleagues to ensure that both non-federal interests and private entities are authorized to provide funds to the Corps for dredging so that more of America's navigable waterways and ports will remain in good repair and open for business. I once again commend my colleagues for their bipartisan work on this bill, and I strongly encourage each of us to support the underlying legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you, Ranking Member Graves, Chairwoman Napolitano, and Ranking Member Westerman for introducing and supporting the Water Resource Development Act and for holding this markup today. As we've heard from numerous members, WRDA reflects the critical federal commitment to our waterways, to the ecosystem, to the infrastructure, and to our economy. Each time WRDA becomes law, we take a very tangible step in supporting our communities, their economies, and the safety of our waterways. The last WRDA we completed was critical for my state in that we finally, after decades of effort, approved and began the upgrade of the Sioux locks in northern Michigan. This WRDA, I'm pleased to say, addresses another major important issue. And I thank Congressman Davis, if he's, as Mr. Graves noted, as if he's listening in, for working with me and others on the committee to address the Brandon Road lock and dam issue. The Brandon Road issue reflects a concern that has existed for almost a decade now about the invasive species of Asian carp entering the Great Lakes, the largest freshwater ecosystem in the world. Behind me, you'll see, is actually, it turns out by happenstance, a relief of Lake Michigan that I share with Mr. Gallagher. I believe that if the Asian carp were to enter the Great Lakes, it would devastate our ecosystem, recreational fishing, any commercial fishing here. So finally, after almost a decade of wrangling, we move forward on this approval. It's greatly appreciated. It's appreciated by all in the Great Lakes. I know the caucus appreciates it as well. And I urge action on this today, moving it to the floor, so that we can move forward to the next step in completing the necessary upgrades for the Brandon Road Lock and Dam project and preserving the Great Lakes and its ecosystem. Thank you, and I yield back.
Representative McCarcel-Powell. Debbie, unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, sorry, I had to unmute. I really appreciate your leadership. Thank you so much to the chairman, to Vice Chair Napolitano, Ranking Member Graves. It's very exciting for me to be able to say that this was truly a bipartisan effort. And as you know, I am very supportive of this bill because it includes one of my top priorities, which is going to speed up the construction of the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir, which is a crucial part of Everglades restoration. We've been trying to restore the Everglades for 20 years now, since 2000. The intent of this committee has always been to move forward with Everglades restoration as a singular program. And it was then when Congress passed the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Project, or as it's now known or referred to as SERP. Later in 2016, Congress authorized the Central Everglades Planning Project, or CEPP, which is part of SERP. The projects that make up CEP includes the EAA Reservoir. They are the linchpin of Everglades restoration. This committee never intended for each small project that comprises Everglades restoration to be treated as a brand new project that needs a new approval, or as some others refer to it, as a new start for construction to begin. But unfortunately, that's where we have found ourselves. In 2018, Congress modified the authorization for the reservoir to make it deeper and therefore able to store water. Unfortunately, however, we learned earlier this year that the Army Corps of Engineers determined that because Congress modified the plans for the reservoir, and it was no longer a part considered to be part of CEP. And that would therefore it would be considered a brand new project that would need to receive a New Start designation. And given how rare New Start designations are, this wrongful interpretation threatened to delay the start of the reservoir for potentially years. This was truly, it made no sense. It was a harmful interpretation that I was determined to address in this bill, and I'm so grateful for your leadership and for the committee staff leadership for working with me on this. So with today's bill, we're making it very clear to the Corps that they must begin construction of the reservoir at its earliest opportunity, and they are not to wait for a New Start designation. I also want to take this opportunity, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chair Napolitano, Ranking Member Graves, for including my provision to require that the Corps also publish monthly reports which shows where water is flowing in South Florida. This data already exists in a raw form, but these reports that synthesize that data and present the information is done in a manner that is only understood by engineers. And what we're requesting is that they release these reports in a much simpler form so that the general public, not just trained hydrologists and engineers, can interpret this information. And this is truly going to be able to now inform debates about Everglades restoration moving forward. We've been waiting very long here in Florida for Everglades restoration. My constituents have been waiting for years. We don't need to wait another 10 years. So what's included in this bill truly will expedite the construction of the reservoir. And I'm just very grateful, and I urge all my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What did we get in this? The Army Corps being demanded to minimize discharges to Florida's estuaries, Florida's East Coast, my coast. A demand that the Army Corps of Engineers work with applicable agencies like the EPA, the Florida Department of Environmental Protections.
Suspend, Brian. Someone's not muted, please. Okay, Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. A demand that the Corps of Engineers work with agencies like NOAA, EPA, Florida Department of Environmental Protections to monitor, forecast, and notify communities about toxic discharges that are going to be sent their way. I cannot say what a big deal that is. There's 1,000 different ways that I could say how big that is for our community and communities that are being poisoned. And that's why I have to begin with thank yous all around. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you. I thank your staff, the majority staff, for working exhaustively with myself and my staff on this. I thank you, Ranking Member Graves, and your staff, Nick and Ian and Victor, for working exhaustively with my staff on this. I thank Ms. Napolitano and Mr. Westerman and your staffs for working exhaustively with myself and my staff on this. And I also thank my colleague, Ms. Mercusel-Powell. Her and I were working together literally until the final hours of last night to get language put into this manager's amendment that addressed this very issue. Till the final hour, people were working with us on this. So I thank everybody on that front. This doesn't mean that it's the end of the fight by any means. There is still a lot that needs to be done, as my colleague mentioned just before me, for Florida's environment, for the restoration of the Everglades, for preventing toxic discharges, for preventing algal bloom, cyanobacteria, microcystins. And it's in that I want to take this moment, Mr. Chairman. I would ask unanimous consent to submit for the record several documents from previous committee hearings from the EPA and others. I will list those off right now. I ask to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman, that from a hearing January 9, 2020, the Corps of Engineers stated that it is the goal of the Corps of Engineers to prevent toxic discharges. To submit for the record from July 10, 2019, that the Corps of Engineers has acknowledged that they have in fact discharged conveyed toxic water, what they consider to be toxic water, into my community. I ask to submit for the record from the Corps of Engineers in our hearing July 18 of 2018, that the Corps of Engineers will look to the agencies for tolerable levels and then work hand in hand with those agencies. Submit that for the record. I would like to ask to submit for the record a statement from the EPA that people should not be coming in contact with harmful algal blooms with concentrations of cyanotoxins and microcystins greater than 8 micrograms per liter or 8 parts per billion. In other words, 8 parts per billion. Additionally, a document from 2018 from stating that the discharges into my community have exceeded that EPA standard of 8 micrograms per liter, in some cases even reaching 450 micrograms per liter or 4 parts per billion. And finally, a document from the state partner, the South Florida Water Management District, stating their support to, quote, eliminate harmful discharges from Lake Okeechobee to the estuaries because it benefits both the environment and people when excess water from Lake Okeechobee is sent south to the Everglades and into Everglades National Park. I ask unanimous consent to submit all those for the record, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. My last point that I will make on this is simply this: to ask all of you, reflect. If toxic water was being sent into your community and the Corps could stop it and they were the ones doing it, would you demand anything less than preventing that from happening? Would any of you say, let me just stop with this, let me, it's good enough that you look at it, any one of you, if the Corps was dumping toxic water into your backyard, would you ask anything less of them that they stop doing it immediately when they are poisoning your people? That's what I would ask you all to reflect on as we go through this hearing. I thank you again, Mr. Chairman, ranking member on subcommittee, Ms. Napolitano, chairman of subcommittee, and Ms. Mercuso-Powell again. Thank you. I yield back.
Representative Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your leadership on this important legislation that invests in our nation's water resources infrastructure. For far too long, my home state of Arizona has not gotten its fair share of federal infrastructure dollars to meet its water infrastructure needs, but this bill begins to address that. For Arizona, this bill delivers vital assistance I have fought for to address our aging water and wastewater systems, provide flood protection to vulnerable communities, and restore our river ecosystems. I am pleased that this bill includes my legislation to help communities across Arizona address their water infrastructure needs. Over the next 20 years, Arizona will have nearly $16 billion in drinking water and wastewater infrastructure needs. To begin to address this significant gap, this bill provides $150 million in assistance, which is in line with Water Infrastructure Assistance Congress has authorized through the Corps of Engineers and other southwestern and western states. With this assistance, communities in every corner of Arizona will be able to address our aging systems before performance and reliability are compromised. And it will allow them to improve and strengthen their systems to protect them from the impacts of climate change and future disasters, including drought. This bill also advances critical projects, including flood protection in the city of Winslow and parts of Navajo County to protect residents and businesses, including communities' critical public facilities. Completion of a report to advance Tres Rios, an ongoing effort to restore and revitalize the Salt and Gila River corridors that is part of the larger Rio Reimagined, Senator McCain and Representative Pastor's legacy projects. Completion of the feasibility study for the Lower Santa Cruz Flood Control Project to protect the community of Maricopa in Pinal County. And it finally authorizes a study to examine options for addressing flooding along the Tonto Creek in Gila County. For decades, this area has experienced significant flooding after storms have transformed a normally dry creek into a raging river, cutting off access to residents, and in some cases, leading to a tragic death. The study is a critically important step in identifying options to address flooding in this region. Again, thank you to Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, Chairwoman Napolitano, Ranking Member Westerman, for your leadership on WRDA 2020 and for your incredible work of your team and staff, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Representative Gonzalez Colon. Jennifer? Unmute, speak. Okay, we'll get back to her. Representative Spano.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. I join you today in support of this package, and I applaud my colleagues for reaching the agreement. The Water Resources Development Act implements numerous projects and policies that not only protect our environment and stimulate our economy, but provide specific benefits to my district and home state of Florida. This bill ensures that our ports and our harbors, such as Port Tampa Bay, have the necessary resources to continue operating efficiently. These funds will be critical in ensuring that trade along the I-4 corridor remains uninterrupted, so that as life in our communities returns to normal, we can confidently say that we are investing in our future. The bill authorizes multiple projects throughout the state to protect one of Florida's most treasured natural resources, fresh, clean drinking water. The bill contains numerous provisions to protect flood-prone areas, particularly from floods as a result of hurricanes. The bill delivers all of this for Florida while keeping an eye toward our deficit. Every new project authorized in this bill is offset by the deauthorization of another project that is either out of date or no longer necessary. The package serves as a testament to how business should be conducted in this committee and throughout this Congress, and I'm proud to lend my voice to thank all who made it possible and to urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the bill. This is just another example of what Congress can accomplish when it puts the American people's priorities first. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Representative Craig.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I've been looking forward to today's markup since becoming a member of Congress and becoming a member of the subcommittee on water resources and the environment. I believe that this bill will positively affect Minnesota's 2nd Congressional District and my constituents. Farmers, families, and communities across my district depend on the Mississippi River for their economic livelihoods. I am proud that the Water Resources Development Act includes essential funding that communities and businesses rely on to export their goods, drive economic growth, and effectively respond to floods. Specifically, I want to thank Chairs DeFazio and Napolitano, Ranking Members Graves and Mr. Westerman, and all of the members who worked to develop this legislation for their support of more provisions to address the long-term resiliency of our water projects and provide assistance to low-income, disadvantaged, and rural communities. I also appreciate the increase in funding for the Upper Mississippi River System Environmental Management Program, which has come to be recognized as the single most important effort committed to ensuring the viability and vitality of the Upper Mississippi River System's diverse and significant fish and wildlife resources since establishment of the National Wildlife Refuge System in the 1920s. Finally, I also want to note that the bill supports my request to prioritize the Upper Mississippi Navigation and Ecosystem Restoration Program, in part by modifying the cost share for ongoing and future construction and major rehabilitation of capital investment projects on the inland waterway system. Taken together, these provisions will create jobs while addressing the long-term resiliency of our water projects, and I look forward to supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Would return to Representative Gonzalez-Colon, if she's now present. Then move on to Representative Miller. Turn on your mic, Carol. Oh, did you? Okay. All right.
A chair away. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to speak today in support of this year's Water Resources Development Act. The provisions contained in this year's WRDA represent a significant bipartisan step forward for our committee, and I sincerely hope that these efforts continue on as long as forever. This year's WRDA contains many important provisions for my district in southern West Virginia, and I am proud to support the legislation. Changing the cost share formula for inland ports will help many ports, as well as the Huntington Tri-State Port, to remain competitive and ensure that the bountiful resources and manufactured materials of Appalachia can continue to make it to market across America and around the world. I also strongly advocate for the provisions contained in this bill to raise the authorization levels for the environmental infrastructure projects in central and southern West Virginia. I thank the committee for including these provisions in the final bill to help make all 18 counties in my district a safer and more resilient place to live. Thank you again, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves, for crafting a bipartisan piece of legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill. I yield back my time.
Thank the gentlelady for brevity. Brevity. Representative Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad that we are together today to mark up this important bipartisan bill. The Water Resources Development Act of 2020 is some of the most important authorizing legislation that we have considered this Congress. I would like to thank you, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, Subcommittee Chairwoman Napolitano, and Ranking Member Westerman for all of your work on this critical legislation. The Army Corps of Engineers has one of the most critical responsibilities in the country, tasked with managing the nation's water resources development and management. We all know the Corps operates and maintains essential infrastructure, thousands of dams, levees, ports, harbors, reservoirs, inland waterways across the country that are critical to our country. And in addition to supporting millions of jobs across the country and generating billions of dollars in gross domestic product, the Corps protects communities like mine from flooding by building and maintaining structures like the Addicks and Barker reservoirs, some of the most transformative infrastructure investments in the history of my hometown of Houston and really of our country. Another transformative infrastructure project for Houston was the visionary development of the Houston Ship Channel. It's interesting to know that back in the 1890s, our then U.S. representative spent many hours trying to convince his colleagues in D.C. to support a deep water port for Houston. After the devastating hurricane in Galveston in 1900, the need became more urgent, and true to form, the Houston representative came up with what was then a revolutionary concept, that Houston and the federal government would share the cost of dredging a deep water channel to Houston. The Congressional Rivers and Harbors Committee voted unanimously to accept the idea, and it was the first port to be built with federal funds and local matching funds. Work began in 1912, and it has been going ever since. Today, the Houston Ship Channel is one of the largest and busiest ports in the world, a 50-mile-long complex with nearly 200 public and private terminals along the Port of Houston. As Mr. Babin noted, it is the busiest deep draft waterway in the United States. It is the top export port in the country, and it supports one of the largest petrochemical manufacturing complexes in the world, as the largest energy port as well in the country. That's why I am so glad that we are authorizing the critical project to expand the Port of Houston in this WRDA. The Houston Ship Channel Expansion Project is a project that will improve one of our country's most important assets. Ensuring the necessary infrastructure is in place for efficient and safe connectivity to the global marketplace is essential, and the Port of Houston has committed to building the upper two segments of the channel, known as the locally preferred plan, with a combination of funds from local funds and private industry to expedite this important project. So I am pleased that we're not only authorizing the project, but ensuring the recognition that the entirety of the channel is a project of such importance that the entire length will be federally maintained. I was glad to help lead the work on this critical project, working with our Houston delegation extensively, meeting with Assistant Secretary James and the Army Corps Commander of the Galveston District, Colonel Vale. I would like to thank all who were involved in making it possible to authorize this project today, including the tireless efforts of committee staff and my own staff, and my colleagues on the committee, Mr. Babin and Mr. Weber, who have worked with me on a bipartisan basis to make sure that the priorities of the entire Houston region are reflected in this bill, as well as Mr. Westerman, who I was so glad to join for a boat tour of the port last year. So thanks again to you, Mr. Chairman and Chairwoman Napolitano, for your leadership on this bipartisan bill, which will deliver on the promise we made at our first hearing to modernize our nation's infrastructure. I look forward to passing it out of our committee today, and I look forward to voting for it on the floor soon. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I understand that Jennifer Gonzalez Colon has now resolved her technical issues. Jennifer? I was told you resolved your technical issues. Okay, well, we'll come back to you yet again. Representative Stauber.
Thank you, Chair DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. I want to also thank Chairwoman Napolitano and Ranking Member Westerman for their coming together in a bipartisan manner to craft this legislation. Something that seemed to unfortunately escape the majority during our previous efforts on the highway bill. I would like to stress the importance of this markup and the amendments that are offered here. A committee at work is a Congress at work, and the work we do here today is important. And I hope that this is not an exercise in futility as it was for the surface bill, where my child labor amendment, which passed committee 43-19, was stripped from the bill before it came to the floor. If it is the opinion of leadership that markups and markup votes don't matter, and anything that passes today can just be stripped tomorrow, then we have strayed a long way from our roots as a bipartisan get things done committee. I am not sure when prohibiting child labor became a partisan issue, but apparently that's the environment we are in today. Again, I am happy we are about to come to a bipartisan agreement on WRDA, and I hope amendments that may pass today are not stripped from the bill at the whim of the chair or other House leadership, and I yield back.
Representative Gonzalez Colon? Is that you're not coming through very well if that's you. There's something we're hearing, but not a person. Okay, Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Ranking Member Graves, Chairwoman Napolitano, and Ranking Member Westerman for all of your leadership in this bipartisan legislation. I urge support for the Water Resources Development Act 2020, which authorizes projects that will protect, and improve the health of the Great Lakes and directly benefit the surrounding region. I hail from Chicago and the nation's Gold Coast along Lake Michigan. We know how important a healthy Great Lakes system is. Lake Michigan is not only Chicago's primary drinking water source, it's part of the largest freshwater source in the world, our beloved Great Lakes. Lake Michigan is a tremendous recreational resource and economic asset for Chicago and the state of Illinois. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has been a great partner for key projects, and while there is always more to do, I thank them for their efforts. Long-standing concerns like the potential of Asian carp migrating into the lake must be addressed, which is why the Brandon Lock and Dam project authorized in this bill is so important. This bill will support other important projects to the region it authorizes. The chief's report for the project at Bubbly Creek, a new study for Chicago area rivers restoration, and a comprehensive river basin studies for the Great Lakes. I'm also pleased to see the focus on natural infrastructure solutions, which we need to explore to protect heavily urbanized areas like my district in Chicago. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and process like this is what the Transportation Committee is all about, bipartisan cooperation, and I'm proud of the work done here today. I urge support and I yield back.
Thank you. Try Jennifer one more time. Yep, I think we're hearing you now, Jennifer. Go ahead. Heard you for a second there.
Do you have me here?
Yep. Yay.
Finally. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say thank you to you and to the ranking member, Grace, for allowing this working in a bipartisan manner just to bring this bill to a markup. WARDA has been always a key point and a key for the infrastructure in Puerto Rico. And the development projects as well in Puerto Rico will never be done if it was not by WARDA. So I'm pleased that this year bill would not be an exemption to this rule. This bill includes language that increase the authorized cost for the Caño Martin Peña project in San Juan, Puerto Rico. And this project was also authorized in WARDA in 2007 at a cost of $150 million. And while it helped to move work forward by allowing the non-federal sponsor to work on the feasibility study, it did not capture the reality of the cost associated with the project as time progressed. As you will know, all Army Corps projects are usually authorized after the feasibility phase. This is crucial given the result of this phase influences the cost included in the authorized language, a factor that remains relevant throughout the lifespan of all Army Corps projects. In the case of the Caño Martin Peña, the feasibility phase concluded in 2016, close to 10 years after it was authorized, which of course reflects changes. Section 402C rectifies this discrepancy by increasing the authorized cost to the first project cost established during the feasibility of 2016, now updated to the fiscal year 2020 price levels. I would like to thank again you, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Grace, and your staff for working alongside my office to secure this meaningful provision for the people of Puerto Rico. This bill also contains language to expedite the completion of feasibility studies for construction of 3 major flood risk projects in Puerto Rico: the Rio Culebrinas, Rio Grande de Manatí at Ciales, and Rio Guayanilla, all of which are expected to have signed a chief report during this year. These are all long-standing projects that their respective communities have been asking for decades to be built, or in some instances to be completed. These communities experienced risks that could have been mitigated by completion during and after the hurricanes Irma and Maria, at great material and human cost. These projects also had the investigations work needed and cost effectiveness uh, funded by the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018, and were determined to have the best chances for successful completion and have the highest benefit of cost ratios. Finishing the feasibility studies and authorized in this legislation is the next step before moving to the pre-construction, planning, engineer, and design phase. By advancing this legislation containing these provisions, this committee has demonstrated its commitment to furthering the recovery of Puerto Rico, and I look forward to working with the committee on moving other water resources development projects on the island forward. And again, thank you for allowing me to participate in this and having the Caño Martin Peña finally expedited with this bipartisan bill. Thank you, Chairman, and I yield back.
Ms. Plaskett, you're now recognized.
Good morning, and thank you for what I think is going to be a very productive day. I want to thank the chairman, Chairwoman Napolitano, the ranking members, as well as all of my colleagues for their cooperation overall on the committee, and in particular on this legislation. This, I think, is going to be a fantastic bill that we're going to bring to the floor. We have programming for those communities that have reoccurring flood damage to provide them with assistance to upgrade facilities to prevent reflooding. We have also included sea level rise calculations as part of benefit costs, which will be an important resiliency measure. In addition, there are a lot of specific projects in this bill that benefit navigation, flood control, storm damage reduction, and ecosystem restoration all across our country. Many of us have been fighting these projects for a long time. In terms of my district here in the Virgin Islands, there are projects in this bill that go back to the tenure of a former member of Transportation and Infrastructure, Ron DeLugo, who I will let the committee know passed away yesterday after having served in Congress for 20 years, was a chairman of a subcommittee on transportation and infrastructure, and really led the way as one of the delegates from the territories who really looked out for their interests on the Transportation Committee. 31 years ago, after Hurricane Hugo, Ron DeLugo shepherded legislation through this committee and ultimately through the House to declare that the maximum amount allotted for flood control projects in the Savan region of St. Thomas would be $10 million instead of the $5 million limit that otherwise applied. That project was completed in 1989. Phase 2 was advertised in 1999 with bids exceeding government estimates, and today Phase 2 of the project remains incomplete. In this bill, this committee will authorize the completion of that flood control project at Savan Gut, which is now $82 million, and is required that it be reviewed, be expedited by the Army Corps. Appropriations Committee as well have been working on their water development bill, energy and water development bill, which mirrors some of the requests that this committee has as well, and I'm grateful to them for that support. With the authorization of the two major flood control projects in the Virgin Islands in this bill, and the requirement that their review be expedited, this committee sends another message to the Army Corps that Congress expects projects to be completed. There are few options for residents in my district seeking alternative housing out of floodplain due to the territory's size and topography. That is why construction of flood control and storm damage reduction projects in the Virgin Islands are imperative. And that's why the provisions of this bill to move these projects forward are so important. Lastly, and equally important, in this bill, we have a federal reauthorization of harbor projects on the islands of St. Thomas and St. Croix. Each harbor is critical to the Virgin Islands plan to return the territory to economic health following major disasters. The projects had been deauthorized in WARDA of 1986, solely because reclamation claims and rights in the harbor were held by the West Indies Company, which at the time was a Danish-owned corporation and which remained a legacy of the colonial purchase of the Danish West Indies by a treaty with the United States. In 1993, the Virgin Islands was able to purchase the West Indies Corporation and included those reclamation rights. With this bill, the re-federalization of these projects will provide the harbors access to federal resources for maintenance dredging and improvements to navigational systems, which will allow us to accommodate Oasis-class cruise ships as well as Quantum-class cruise ships. And this will allow us to compete in the fiercely competitive Caribbean port of call market. It will also increase the safety and security of the harbor and navigation of all vessels. The Virgin Islands and port destinations in the United States face increasing competition from non-US ports, and we've been severely challenged by the COVID-19 pandemic. Just about everything that's used or consumed in the territories come through our ports. Food, clothing, machinery, mail, vehicles, building supplies. To get through this pandemic, investment and improvements to our ports will help secure our economy. I want to also close by thanking the men and women of the Army Corps. They really do play an important role in building, maintaining, and expanding critical infrastructure. We want to make sure that we recognize and appreciate those efforts. And again, thank you all for the time. Thank you that I now sit on transportation and continue the legacy of Ron DeLugo, who was one of the most affable members of Congress during his time. And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson.
Thank you very much. Yep. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good now.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all of the persons who worked on this bill. I will not read my entire statement, but ask unanimous consent to submit it for the record. Is that okay?
Without objection.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to express my appreciation for the details and the inclusiveness that went into putting this bill together. I truly support it, and I will submit my statement for the record. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, first of all, for your great work, along with Ranking Member Graves and Chairwoman Napolitano and Ranking Member Westerman, and of course our great T&I staff for putting together this bipartisan water resource bill. This is a time of great need in the United States. And while water resources may not drive headlines like the coronavirus, WRDA is also a health care bill for America. This bill will ensure that millions of Americans have access to clean and safe water ecosystems. It will strengthen flood resiliency for many of our communities and will facilitate the transport of about 80% of all the goods we use in America. Mr. Chairman, I'd particularly like to thank you for including several projects important to the New England states, to Massachusetts, and my district in particular. The inclusion of the Merrimack Basin Assessment, urged by our colleagues, Representative Laurie Trahan and Seth Moulton, will expedite the process of cleaning up the water in northeastern Massachusetts where action is critically needed. The reauthorization of the Muddy River Project will help restore essential environmental protections, which have been urged by our colleague Mr. Kennedy and Ms. Presley, and help prevent flood damage in communities both in my district and those neighboring districts. Placing the Ellis Pond and Gill Pond in Norwood and Memorial Pond and Walpole in my district into the 602A program will give both these towns in my district another pathway to complete much-needed restoration and improvement projects. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for including two of my amendments in the manager's amendment today. As you know, Boston is under particular threat from increasingly violent hurricanes and superstorms, as we've seen in the last decade. My amendment, Lynch 107, that you've included here, will provide coastal Massachusetts with concrete support from the Army Corps of Engineers about what can be done to reduce the risk from future storms. Building this type of resiliency is becoming more important every day, and this study will help us protect our communities for years to come. And of course, by including both the Bourne and the Sagamore bridges on Cape Cod in the expedited completion list, at the relentless urging of our friend and colleague, Mr. Bill Keating, will ensure that the citizens of Massachusetts' 9th District will have structurally safe bridges that meet the needs of the communities there, and all of us who are lucky enough to spend time on Cape Cod, Nantucket, or Martha's Vineyard. All of these projects will provide our communities with the resources they need to move forward on projects critical to our citizens. This bill is full of projects across the country. Very happy to hear that we're finally taking decisive action in the Everglades, which is a national resource, and I'm proud to support this amendment and this bill. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Legislative Council for their work. You know, we've had a concentrated schedule here. T&I, Judiciary, Appropriations, we got the National Defense Authorization Act all going on at the same time. And in such a short time frame, Leg Council has put a huge amount of work into all these bills and helping us with our work. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your great work on this bill and the bipartisan manner in which it has been assembled. And I yield back the remainder of my time.
I thank the gentleman, and I would join him in his accolades to Leg Council. They have been doing extraordinary work for all of us on this bill, the last bill, and bills from other committees. We will now move to consideration of amendments to H.R. 7575. Before doing so, the chair would like to note that while H.R. 7575 is considered as read and open for amendment at any point for the convenience of members and staff on both sides of the aisle, we'll be considering amendments in the order they were filed, alternating between the majority and the minority. With that in mind, the committee will now proceed to the consideration of amendments to H.R. 7575. I have a manager's amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. DeFazio.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Hearing none. I will now recognize members wishing to speak on the amendment, beginning with myself. This amendment includes modifications contained in approximately 20 amendments offered by committee members from both sides of the aisle. Has the support of all four of the co-sponsors of the Water Resources Development Act of 2020. That would be myself, Sam Graves, Grace Napolitano, and Bruce Resterman. I want to thank them for working with me to finalize this amendment. I won't talk about all the provisions in this amendment, but I want to highlight a few. I'm pleased we were able to include amendments that will strengthen the bill for two of our newer members. For Congressman Pappas, we're able to include a provision requiring the Secretary to submit a status update on projects within his district. And for Congressman Malinowski, a provision directing the Corps to expedite completion of the Railway River Basin Flood Risk Management Feasibility Study. I appreciate Representatives Plaskett and Gonzalez-Colon pointing out that Army Corps programs and consultations should apply to our territories. Who knew? So we've taken steps to clarify that in this amendment. We need to make sure we are inclusive of all U.S. states, territories, and tribal interests in this legislation. The amendment also includes a provision from Congressman DeSaulnier to expand the harmful algae blooms HABs program, which I fully support. A provision offered by Congressman Garrett Graves with the support of Congressman Cedric Richmond to allow the state of Louisiana to renegotiate a deferred payment agreement with the Corps. We were unable to address this in H.R. 2, but I am happy we're able to work with their offices to address this in this bill. We have also included a provision from Congressman Huffman that highlights the important value of recreation at Corps facilities, as well as a provision from Congressman Larson, adding moderate use harbors to a GAO review of harbor maintenance trust fund expenditures. Congressman Lynch contributed a provision that would help expedite a hurricane storm damage assessment reduction study for the city of Boston. His amendment builds upon the resiliency provisions in Worded 2020 and happy to provide a particular focus to the vulnerabilities of that city. Last, I want to thank Congresswoman Mercasol-Powell for working with the Florida delegation, reaching agreement on language regarding the management of water levels in Lake Okeechobee. And I'm happy we could reach a solution that benefits districts to the south and to the east of the lake. Thanks to all members who worked with me to include their amendments as package. I urge all members to support it. I now recognize Ranking Member Graves to speak on the manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you too for working with us in the same bipartisan manner on the manager's amendment as you did on the underlying bill. I do support the technical changes and additional bipartisan provisions that were included in this amendment. And with that, I urge all members to support the manager's amendment. I yield back.
I have just a list of one other member at this point, Representative Malinowski. Tom? Okay. Yep, Representative Westerman.
Chairman DeFazio, I just want to voice my support for the manager's amendment, and I didn't recognize staff when I made my opening remarks. I did that on purpose because we know there's a lot of hard work that goes into a bill like WRDA, but the really hard work starts after the bill is filed and we start trying to work on a manager's amendment, and I know that the staff have done a great job, and I just wanted to recognize Ian and John and Victor on the minority subcommittee staff, as well as Ryan, Camille, Alexa, and Navis, and also thank especially the Florida delegation, Mr. Mast, for his work, and Mr. Webster and the whole crew that came to an agreement on the issue with Lake Okeechobee and the Everglades. So again, thank you to the staff, and I support the amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Other members who wish to be heard on the manager's amendment? Hearing none, we will now move on to amendments to the amendment. Are there amendments to the amendment? Oh, wait, sorry. If not, the question is on the amendment, the manager's amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by saying nay. Opinion chair, the nays have it. What? You wrote nays in there. The ayes have it. I shouldn't be reading the script. Okay. Are there amendments to H.R. 7575?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have an amendment at the desk.
All right. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wait. Clerk has to designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offer Mr. Weber of Texas.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And I want to say thank you to Chair Napolitano, who, by the way, was born in Texas, Brownsville, Texas. And so she is a Texan by birth. And also Ranking Member Bruce Westerman, also born in Texas. Now, he calls it Hot Springs, Arkansas. We just call it East Texas. But thank you for the collaborative process that we've enjoyed during the drafting of this year's WRDA bill. I am particularly thankful for the recommendations that I have submitted that have been incorporated into the base bill, which I am confident has an excellent chance of passing Congress and being signed into law by President Trump. That said, I am offering an amendment today reiterating one of my requests that did not make it into the base bill, Oh, I don't take it personally, but I do appreciate the opportunity to discuss this critical issue we actually face in Texas 14th Congressional District, as well as the neighboring 22nd District, Fort Bend County. The Gulf Coast Water Authority, specifically headquartered in Texas City, Texas, reliably delivers water to 18 municipalities, to industry, including 7 petrochemical and refining sites. It delivers to agriculture, including farmers with rice fields totaling 16,000 acres, which would be in our Brazoria County, Fort Bend County, and Galveston counties. The GCWA, Gulf Coast Water Authority, relies upon water sources upstream on the Brazos River, including a particular lake, Lake Whitney, which is a Corps of Engineers reservoir located between Waco and the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Lake Whitney is such an important source of water for downstream communities and industry in and around my district that the Corps worked closely with stakeholders during the extremely severe 2011 drought the Texans endured to ensure that those downstream interests were not imperiled, or if you can pardon the pun, left high and dry. That natural disaster triggered an emergency response through the Texas Governor's Office, and those key stakeholders, including the Corps, GCWA, the Brazos River Authority, the Southwest Power Administration, and other major water users, cooperated rather well, I might say, to formulate a response. But in recent months, sadly, the Corps has been virtually radio silent. Just last week, on July 8th, the University of Texas at Austin published an article entitled, quote, "Texas needs to start preparing for possibility of 10-year mega droughts," end quote. That is exactly what Gulf Coast Water Authority has been seeking and trying to do. To address this effort, all that my amendment attempts to do is to get the Corps back to the table and not just to go through the motions, but to work proactively on our, quote, severe drought proposal along the lines of how the Corps has already responded reactively during our last major drought. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Graves, while my amendment, this very important amendment, missed being incorporated into the base bill, I am prepared to withdraw it if I could get your commitment to work with our respective staffs to encourage the Corps to, quite frankly, well, get off the dime, get off dead center, end quote, and simply memorialize a process that has already demonstrated positive results for Gulf Coast water users. We know that Texas will have droughts in the future. A response plan for Lake Whitney and the lower Brazos River needs to be accelerated. Now is the time. If you will work with us, Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman would yield.
Yes, sir.
I most certainly would. I believe that, the Corps should engage meaningfully. I believe that they may actually be watching the hearing. And so hopefully they'll take this to heart to meaningfully engage in a productive dialogue looking toward future needs. We're doing that in many other places in the bill. There were concerns about the specificity of this amendment and some unforeseen implications, but they certainly should be sitting down and negotiating meaningfully at the table. And I'm certain that Sam and Bruce and Grace also support me in that, just so the Corps knows. So with that, does the gentleman wish to withdraw?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for clearing our time. I absolutely do. I appreciate your kindness and your paying attention. I appreciate the whole staff, too. Thank you so much. I withdraw the amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Other amendments? Okay. And I recognize, well, it doesn't say who I'm recognizing. Mr. Pappas.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the...
Okay, clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Pappas.
Without objection, amendment be considered as read. The chair will reserve a point of order against the amendment. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. I want to thank the chairs and ranking members for including language in the bill that require the Corps to inventory projects and properties that may be contaminated with PFAS and to develop a plan to remediate and limit potential human exposure to this contamination. Just like the underlying bill itself, this amendment has bipartisan support, and I want to thank my colleagues, Representatives Fitzpatrick and Gallagher, for co-sponsoring this PFAS amendment with me. For decades, Americans have been exposed to toxic PFAS, and yet there are no federal protections in place to safeguard our communities, our drinking water, and our environment from these forever chemicals. This amendment calls on the EPA to set and enforce proactive limits for PFAS discharges, and it would also require EPA to issue pre-treatment standards for polluters who discharge PFAS directly to water treatment facilities. It also creates a grant program to help treatment facilities, ensuring that municipalities have the resources to meet the EPA's requirements. And this language passed the House as part of H.R. 535, the PFAS Action Act, but so far the Senate has not taken it up. I understand there may be a concern about addressing this as part of WRDA, but I'm going to take every opportunity I can to bring up this idea and bring forward this common sense bipartisan provision to protect the American people and our environment. I don't think we can wait any longer to regulate PFAS discharges into our nation's waterways. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentleman. At this point, I would continue to insist on my point of order. It is out of scope and unrelated to the core mission as relates to this WRDA bill. So it would be non-germane, and I would have to oppose its inclusion. I do congratulate the gentleman with his extraordinary advocacy and persistence, which has yielded results through the floor of the House in at least 2 pieces of legislation this year regarding PFAS. I think it may also be reflected in the upcoming National Defense Authorization again. We will continue to pursue this until we begin to totally identify and look at ways of mitigating or cleaning up this mess, this toxic chemical. But unfortunately, it would be out of the scope of this bill. Does any other member wish to be heard on the point of order? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my amendment, and I thank you for your past support of this provision. I hope we can find ways to get the Senate to agree to it in future legislation.
Yeah, I hope we can find ways to get the Senate to do something. Yes, I thank the gentleman for withdrawing. Next amendment. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I recognize now Representative Fitzpatrick, who is remote somewhere, I'm told. You need to unmute. We can't. We can't read lips yet. We're working on it.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yeah, got it. Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. My amendment seeks to correct a longstanding problem.
Well, first we have to get the amendment in order. Do you have an amendment at the desk?
I do, sir.
Okay, clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Without objection, amendment will be considered as read. The chair will reserve a point of order. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman, and to the Ranking Member. As I stated earlier, my amendment seeks to correct a longstanding problem under the Army Corps. The Delaware River Basin Commission, or the DRBC, along with the Susquehanna and Potomac River Basin Commissions, have been funded one time in the past 23 years. Again, that's one time in the past 23 years. The budget for these commissions is split amongst the states in their respective regions, as well as the federal government. And the total federal budget shortfall for the DRBC alone since 1997 totals $15 million. And the Delaware River Basin Commission is a major economic engine for my region and the entire Northeast. The Delaware River Port Complex supports approximately 190,000 jobs in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. And New York City gets roughly half of its water from the 3 large reservoirs located on tributaries to the Delaware. The DRBC has fought against water pollution and maintains the water quality of the river basin while enabling the largest freshwater port complex in the world to be used for cargo, tourism, and recreational purposes. All 3 river basins, Mr. Chairman, the basin commissions would prefer to be under the Environmental Protection Agency's authority, as noted in a letter to the chairman and ranking member dated July 9th, that I will seek to have submitted for the record. While the Army Corps of Engineers cannot officially weigh in on this amendment, I believe that moving these commissions under EPA would allow the Army Corps to focus on their core duties and would allow for the river commissions to receive a more sustainable appropriation going forward. And this amendment reorganizes these important commissions under the EPA, included in the Senate version of the WRDA. And while it was not included in the House base text due to jurisdictional concerns, I believe that for this non-controversial measure to finally become law, it needs to be reflected in our House version. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I would have to continue to insist on my point of order. The amendment is out of scope and unrelated to the core mission as it relates to water resources. And I would have to oppose its inclusion. I understand the gentleman's advocacy and his concern and looking for better ways to deal with this complicated issue. So I don't have any objection to the intent of the amendment, and I believe we have agreement from the ranking member, the 2 ranking members, and the chair of the subcommittee to work on this issue separately to find a way forward, consistent with the committee's past practice over several worded bills. All provisions and amendments must be within the scope of the Civil Works program, whereas this amendment pulls in the EPA. But I will commit to working with the gentleman on this issue going forward, as will the 2 ranking members and the chair of the subcommittee. So I reluctantly have to oppose its inclusion. Do others?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the commitment to work with us going forward, and given that commitment to work with us in conference, and given that ruling, sir, I withdraw the amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Next amendment. I'd recognize now the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 62.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. John, you might just turn up your volume a little bit. Your initial speaking was pretty quiet.
That's very, very unusual. I'm not very quiet. I'll try to speak louder. And this amendment is the transfer of excess credit. This has been the law since 2014. I think, as every member of this committee knows, it takes a long, long time to get a Army Corps of Engineers project authorized, under construction. It takes basically a decade or longer. In 2024, this excess credit, which each and every one on this committee has benefited from, expires. This is a very simple amendment. It strikes the termination and allows these things to go forward. It is extraordinarily important for planning purposes that there not be a deadline, so that the various districts that all of us represent can have their opportunity to plan and budget in the long term. So that's it. Very simple. Simply strikes the termination, the June 10th, 2024, allows these things to go forward. Ask for an aye vote.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. I would have to rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. The amendment would prematurely extend a state-specific crediting provision that will not expire until fiscal year 2024. In the worded 2014 bill, Congress included a 10-year crediting provision for certain work carried out in the states. That authority won't expire for another 4 years, during which time Congress is expected to enact one, if not 2 more water bills if we follow recent precedent. And, you know, it would be appropriate for the committee, since this was a pilot program, to conduct oversight over the Corps' implementation before asking to make it permanent. You know, the committee commits to carrying out that oversight before this authority expires and to make a final determination on whether or not to extend this permanently, modify it to some extent, or end the pilot program. Do other members wish to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, then, Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. I oppose adoption of this amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Okay. I thank the gentleman. Sorry to get a little off script here. Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? Okay. Then are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify, and I'll do it slowly so everybody out there can unmute everybody so we can hear your voices. If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays strongly have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. At this point, I'd recognize Representative Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Woodall, number 014.
With objection, the amendment be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Woodall to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the spirit of who knew, if you don't represent a coastal area, you don't follow the beach renourishment program. But Georgia has beautiful coastline, and Congressman Buddy Carter out of Georgia has been working on this issue for a long time. When the Corps of Engineers begins a partnership with a community to engage in a beach renourishment program, that's generally looking at a 50-year period.
Looking around.
When that period expires, they look at 15-year
I absolutely will.
extension.
Yeah, you for myself. Huh?
Gentlemen, we'll suspend somebody's. I know you all unmuted to vote, but please remute until you have to vote again. Thank you. The gentleman will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Corps looks at 15-year extensions to these 50-year projects. And what we're finding now is that our local communities are getting so involved and investing so many local resources in helping to protect their coastline that when you look out over a 15-year horizon, the Corps might decide that the cost-benefit analysis doesn't work. But if you were to look over the 50-year horizon at the kind of storms that we're having these days, you see that a cost-benefit analysis would be favorably returned. What this amendment would do is not require that the Corps look out over a 50-year horizon for extensions, but allow the Corps to look out over those horizons. We're going to see a lot of really good partnerships between the Corps and local communities expire in these coming years, and to provide the Corps the flexibility to look at those partnerships and say, we've been successful, but over 50 years, that success will be eroded. Over 15 years, it won't, but over 50 years, it will, would allow us to remove some barriers for partnerships and, again, incentivize our local communities to participate rather than sit on the sidelines as these beach renourishment programs go forward. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Others wish to be heard. Okay. I would rise in opposition to the amendment. I appreciate the gentleman's advocacy for taking a longer-term view on, critical coastal resources, beach resources and others. But at this time, since the Corps already has the authority to extend renourishment of all existing projects for 15 years, we feel that would be a bit excessive and unnecessary at this point in time. So I would oppose the amendment and ask my colleagues to join me in opposing the amendment.
Would the chairman yield?
I certainly would yield to the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, we've seen in Congress's wisdom, the wisdom of providing for that first 50-year window. It's just the extension that we've shortened. You and I know that when we're talking about coastal erosion, we're not looking at a decade horizon. We're looking at generational horizons in the partnership this committee is trying to do. If the chairman would permit me to withdraw this amendment, understanding his opposition, I would ask for the opportunity to work with him to look at what we can do again to incentivize local communities to participate. And the shorter the horizon is, that the cost benefit is looked at, I think the less likely communities are to put more skin in the game. And I know that's something that neither of us want to see happen.
Well, if I'm reclaiming my time, certainly we want to incentivize local partnerships, and I'd be happy to have the staff and other members work with the gentleman before we go to the floor and see if there's a way we can mitigate some of the concerns and figure out how to incentivize those communities to participate more fully.
If the chairman would yield.
Yes.
I very much appreciate that, and I would ask a unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment.
Okay, without objection, the amendment's withdrawn. Okay. Someone's not muted, but maybe that's the next person up. I don't know. I'm going to recognize Representative Garamendi for the clerk will designate. The gentleman has an amendment at the desk.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 163.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Garamendi to speak for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I've listened throughout this morning as the various members of this committee have advocated for the specific Army Corps of Engineers plans in their district, all of which, at least for their districts, are exceedingly important. And for many of them, they are of national importance, or perhaps all of them national importance. In 1986, in reference to the chairman's plea that we do have the opportunity to review the laws, it turns out we never reviewed the 1986 law that allows the president to reprogram any of the Army Corps of Engineers projects that we have authorized. 1986, it's been on the books, basically unused until last year and a half ago when President Trump decided that on his own authority, he would reprogram some $5 billion of Army Corps of Engineers projects in many of our districts. In my district, in the Bay Area, in Southern California, in Texas, we've heard a lot about the Houston area, about flooding, about channels, about shipping channels and the rest in the Houston area. We've heard about Louisiana. We've heard about the East Coast. Every single one of those projects, many of the projects in those areas were destined to be reprogrammed by the president. Needless to say, there was a serious blowback, and ultimately it did not happen. Could have, if the president had decided to proceed on those projects, $5 billion of them would have been reprogrammed. Now the question for all of us is, who runs this show? What does the Constitution say about who decides what is going to be done? It is us, the legislature. And so apparently, we're not interested, at least the leadership, both Democrat and Republican, is not interested in fighting this fight and restoring our appropriate task of determining which projects are going to be built and then appropriating the money to do so. It is the president's task to carry that out, not to reprogram. This amendment would simply strike that 1986 authority given to the president, unreviewed by chairman of many of the over the years, unreviewed, just allowed. So it's up to us. If the members of this committee don't care about the constitutional authority that is given to us, then you'd vote no on this amendment. If you care about our legislative authority, if you care about the constitutional responsibility given to us and the president's responsibility of carrying out the law, then you would vote yes. I've been told that somehow this is going to create some sort of a problem, and it might cause that the deal that's been made to have a bipartisan, non-controversial worded bill on the floor, this would somehow cause that to not happen. And therefore, in deference to the leadership, both Democratic and Republican of this committee, I will, with significant objection, my own objection, withdraw this amendment. Ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. I've never had anyone object to themselves before, but thank you for that. We do have a Big Four agreement, and those on the other side of the aisle would not support this, which would have meant that the bill could not move forward on suspension, which would have meant that there would be no bill this year. I've gone to the floor 3 times since FEMA, not CORE, but FEMA is under our jurisdiction to lead a debate on repealing the president's emergency authority to build this stupid wall. Except now it turns out the wall is useful. It's keeping Americans out of Mexico because they're worried about Americans coming south with COVID. So, you know, I guess maybe we were building it to protect them, but we didn't know it. You know, we have successfully passed that in the House 3 times, and of course it has gone nowhere with the Senate. But anyway, I appreciate the gentleman very much, because there are many, many other important things in this bill, and keeping it bipartisan is critical to it being enacted, moved by the House, so we can go to conference with the Senate in August. So I thank the gentleman. Other amendments? Going to recognize Representative Graves. Does the gentleman have an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment number 183.
Someone's not muted. Please mute. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 183.
Without objection, the amendment's considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I talked earlier about the importance of coastal Louisiana, the importance of Louisiana to our national economy and water resources system. This project probably is one of the top 3 worst examples of a Corps of Engineer project in history. I'm going to give a brief history of the project, and I'm sure I'm going to get a couple things that need clarification, but I'll do it as best as I can. 1992, the Mississippi River and Tributaries authorization, the MRC, Mississippi River Commission jurisdiction authorization, was tweaked to include this project. So the Corps began studying this project. The project was supposed to be finished, the study was supposed to be finished in '96. They missed it. I think in the Word of 96 bill, there was language telling them to expedite it. Chairman Bud Schuster at the time had a colloquy on the floor about the anchor feature, the Homan Navigation Canal. The project, they try and get it authorized in Word of 99. The Corps didn't have the chief's report ready. It finally gets authorized in Word of 2000 with what we used to do, a contingent authorization that says that the projects, if it's done by the end of the year, then it's automatically authorized. The chief's report's automatically authorized. At the time, from the mid-90s to around 2000, the estimated cost of this project was $586 million, okay? $586 million. Today, only the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers can do this. Today, that project that was $586 million has ballooned to in excess of $14 billion, that's with a B, billion dollars, same exact project. Only the Corps of Engineers can gold plate things and do this. And so obviously a $14 billion project puts it in just extraordinary cost and really financially out of reach. So we keep going forward. We end up in around 2003, we authorized, I think it was J1, one of the levy segments authorized in law. In 2006, we provided $30 million, Mr. Chairman, in FC and CE funds, PL 8499 funds, for this project, $30 million. So the Corps has already invested in this project. Since that time, the local government, the state, and everyone else have put in an estimated $400 million into this project moving forward. That $400 million has probably bought $2 billion worth of what the Corps thought they were going to build with $400 million in local funds. Look, I'm not going to go on and tell you about the whole history of this thing. There was language in 07, language in 14 that was negotiated on this. One of the most tortured projects in history. What you need to know is, number one, in addition to the $30 million in construction funds, there was about $80 million in funds spent just on studying this project. Yet we have been unable to break through and get the federal government financially involved, and all the progress has largely been made with the $30 million in federal funds plus the $400 million in local funds. What this amendment would do, Mr. Chairman, is it simply says, you don't have to break through this silly New Start requirement again because the federal government already has $30 million invested in the project. Through the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program, there's probably another maybe $40 million or $45 million invested there. The federal government is already in. The taxpayers are already in. The BC ratio is already a positive BC ratio on this project. So what this amendment does is it says that the New Start requirement, a new federal funding decision, is not necessary because we've already funded it. And we already have taxpayers in $80 million in studying, over $70 million in construction, and this whole New Start debacle, it doesn't make sense, it distorts priorities, and it ends up delaying needed protection like this area that's had nearly $1 billion in FEMA claims. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of the amendment, but I have a feeling you're getting ready to tell me something.
The gentleman is a seer. I recognize myself. I would rise in opposition to the amendment. This is an appropriations issue, and we would be changing the policy of another committee as it relates to what type of appropriations can allow an authorized project to initiate construction. Under the gentleman's amendment, any money, even study money spent, which on this project, would allow the project to move into construction over their no New Start policy. I don't necessarily agree with that policy all the time, but it isn't the purview of us to change that. To tell the truth, if I had my druthers, we wouldn't have an appropriations committee, and appropriations would be a subcommittee of every authorizing committee, since we have the expertise in these areas and they don't. But I think that's way above my pay grade. And to change that policy here, especially for an $8 billion project, would add tremendously to the strain on the Corps' budget. So I would reluctantly oppose this.
If the gentleman will yield, I may be willing to withdraw just to speed things up a little bit. If you can just yield, I just want to make.
Yeah, I'd be happy to yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to make note, and I understand your concerns. I want to make note that this bill probably in about 5 places right now, circumvents New Start language. Right now in the bill. And so, Mr. Chairman, I am going to withdraw this amendment with a commitment that we can continue to work with your staff through this markup to see if we can get to a place where we can agree. I share your concerns about the Appropriations Committee. I don't want to belabor this any longer than I have already. I will I will withdraw, but I just ask if we can work with your staff through this markup to try and figure out something that, that is consistent with language in the bill, but also advances this important objective.
Okay, I appreciate the gentleman's.
And I won't even object to my own UC request.
Okay, without objection. So ordered. Next amendment. I would now recognize Mr. Garamendi.
I have an amendment at the desk.
A clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 164.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Garamendi for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 164, this amendment is pretty simple. It's a sense of Congress. During the discussion today, we've had many of us talk about various dredging programs in our districts. There is a concern that has been raised by the dredging community as well as by the union, the Operating Engineers Union, that the Small Business Act program, as administered by the Corps of Engineers, weighs too heavily upon the dredging community and certain other types of projects. This is simply a request to try to get information from the Corps of Engineers how they administer the Small Business Set-Aside program. It's an informational issue, one that would then help us understand if we need to make some changes in the way in which that act applies across the board on Army Corps of Engineers projects. That's it. I'd ask for an aye vote on this very simple amendment, trying to get us information from the Army Corps of Engineers with regard to dredging programs. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Chair DeFazio. I oppose the adoption of this amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
We're currently, I've recognized myself such times I may consume. I'm going to oppose it at this time. We're awaiting technical assistance from the Corps on this provision so we can fully understand its implications. But, you know, if the gentleman would withdraw, I commit that we will work with him before the bill goes to the floor in a couple of weeks and see if we can get this resolved and get this into the final version of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I will withdraw the amendment.
I thank the gentleman, and this time you didn't even have to object to yourself, so that was good. Next amendment.
Yes, I do have a question, though, Mr. Chairman.
Recognize the gentleman out of order, yes.
Who is Rick B. Berry? Apparently a member of our committee.
Rick Larson.
Oh, okay. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Moving on.
I've just been informed that Mr. Larson has a pseudonym. I'm not sure why. I would recall that when we created the Homeland Security Committee after 9/11, I went to the first meeting and I had a bizarrely misspelled name tag, and I made a point of privilege and asked the chair you know, why it was that I was the only member who had their name encrypted on the committee. And then, of course, the staff was very embarrassed. I still have that nameplate. It's put it on my desk. It confuses constituents. So in any case, Mr. Ferry, I'll recognize later if he has any amendments. I recognize Mr. Graves.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have an amendment at the desk 181.
Clerk, designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 181.
Without objection, amendment considered as read, but the chair will reserve a point of order. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do intend to withdraw this amendment. I want to remind you of a conversation we had during the discussion on H.R. 2, where we had tried to develop an amendment to establish a similar entity in that legislation. Mr. Chairman, I don't need to go through all the statistics and details. Everyone in this committee is aware of it. We have spent $1.7 trillion in responding to disasters since the 1980s, and we can't afford to do that. And it makes so much more financial sense for us to lean forward. We have national energy labs, we have research labs related to defense and other important priorities of this nation, and resilience is no less important. This amendment would establish a national resiliency lab looking at everything from building materials, building standards, water management, Mr. Chairman, and all with the objective of reducing disaster costing, improving the resilience of our economy, improving the resilience of our ecosystem, and improving the resilience of our communities. I understand that you may have concerns about this. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment, but I do, Mr. Chairman, believe that this is a laudable goal and would love to continue to work with you and other folks in a bipartisan manner to get this done. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and I appreciate his offer to withdraw. And without objection, his amendment is withdrawn, and there should obviously be a spearheaded focus on resilience, and we'd be happy to work with the gentleman on some form of that, although at this point in time on this bill, not in this particular form. With that, we'd move to the next amendment. I would recognize a gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Garamendi, number 168.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Garamendi for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
I'll take the first 5 seconds to say this is my last amendment. I'll listen to the cheers with that. This is an amendment dealing with the Yuba City River Ecosystem Restoration Project, one of the largest restoration and most important restoration projects in California and perhaps in the nation. It's over $100 million thus far to get this project underway. The cost sharing is with the Yuba River Water Agency, and it's moving forward very well. The Army Corps of Engineers has agreed to the long-term maintenance of the restoration program in which the local entity would take over the restoration, and a specification of the amount that it would be expected to spend every year. This amendment simply puts that agreement into the law, thereby providing some sense of security that the project can go forward and can be properly maintained by the local entity. That's it. It's very simple. I understand that there's an objection from the chairman and perhaps the Republican leader minority on this. If that is the case, then I will simply withdraw the amendment so as to save some time along the way. However, Mr. Chairman, if you would support this, then maybe we can move it forward and be done with this, get this project underway.
Well,
with that, I yield back.
I thank that. I recognize myself. The time I may consume. I would have to rise in opposition. Capping the amount would, project costs go up for many reasons. Some of inefficiency, some are unavoidable. But there is a statutorily defined cost share, and any changes to that for a particular project would bring a flood of requests from other members to change the statutorily defined cost share. So at this point in time, I would have to oppose the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
I'd recognize the gentleman. Yield.
I would just simply say that the Army Corps of Engineers agrees that this is where the project should go, and they do not oppose this amendment. However, since you do, I will withdraw the amendment.
I thank the gentleman, and I will investigate that with staff. I thank him for that. What? Mr. Westerman? Yes.
Never mind.
Okay, all right. Well, he was going to object too, but anyway, we'll move on. Oh, he liked it. Okay, now we have a gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast. Do you have an amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to HR 7575, offered by Mr. Mast, number 118.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Mast to speak for 5 minutes on his amendment. Gentleman is recognized.
I didn't know if you had anything further you were going to say. You threw me off for a minute. Mr. Chairman, I would begin with, again, offering something for the record I did not submit previously. This is a document from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers referencing Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule, which is what this amendment is about, specifically stating that to ensure that the congressionally authorized project purposes are met, the Corps evaluates public health and safety and flood control first. I ask unanimous consent to submit this for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question that I would ask this committee and its members is how many of you would be comfortable with the federal government dumping billions of gallons of toxic water into your community? I've spoken to all of you about this issue numerous times or sent emails or texts or things like that. That is what happens year after year to the community that I represent. Now, for years, the Army Corps of Engineers has discharged this toxic water containing harmful algal blooms out of Lake Okeechobee into the St. Lucie and the Indian River Lagoon, poisoning my community and the people that live there, swim there, fish there, recreate in the water. Now, before this very committee, sitting in our committee room, the Corps of Engineers wouldn't even acknowledge any aspect of human health and safety. They wouldn't say they would cease to discharge water if it had lead or arsenic or cyanide. They wouldn't even talk about it. This is why our committee needs to do the work of telling the Corps of Engineers that they cannot poison people, that they have to put human health, human safety first. If they can't even talk about those things, lead, arsenic, cyanide, and deal with them when they're coming in contact with people, they're not going to deal with other things as well. I did go to the EPA, as I submitted for the record previously, got a level, a tolerable level for the toxins that we get, microcystin toxins. I submitted that for the record. It's 8 micrograms per liter. Human beings should not come in contact with that, per the EPA, in response to what the Corps told me, which is they would look to other agencies for tolerable levels. That's why I went out and sought that out. So this amendment, very simply, it demands that the Corps of Engineers make public health and human safety a top priority when managing Lake Okeechobee. This in no way does this amendment tie the hands of the Army Corps of Engineers in one specific strategy, but it does demand that they take into account the negative impacts these discharges have on our health and on our human safety. I would hope that nobody could disagree with that, especially considering this document that I submitted for the record, stating that it is a congressionally authorized project purpose for the Corps to evaluate public health and safety and flood control first. In that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Do others wish to be heard on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may strike the last word.
You don't need to.
Mr. Chairman.
No, you don't have to strike the last word. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to first thank my colleague, Mr. Mast, Representative Mast, for his commitment in protecting his community. I have to say that it speaks volumes when you have a Republican member at the northernmost part of the system and then a Democratic member at the southernmost point of the system working closely together, trying to find common ground to protect our communities, especially from the toxicity levels that are coming out of Lake Okeechobee. Representative Mast, I want you to know that I'm completely supportive of your efforts to prevent toxic water from harming your constituents. I do think that the Army Corps has to take responsibility on not allowing those discharges to contaminate the water and really cause a huge public health crisis, which we saw a couple of years ago. But my issue with this amendment is that it brings up too many unknowns. I need to further understand how this would affect also the water that would be coming south to my area. So I just wanted to express my support in working closely with you so that we can find common ground and find language that's going to accommodate not just your area, but also mine as well. And so I will be voting present on this amendment, but I look forward to continuing our work together to address these very important issues affecting so many Floridians in our state. I yield back.
I thank gentlelady. Now recognize the ranking member, Sam Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I very much appreciate the dedication that Representative Mast, has towards his district and his constituents, and I know he's very passionate about this issue. In accordance with the agreement, I am going to oppose this amendment for reasons already pointed out. When it comes to the agreement, I do want to say that I'm going to continue to work with Representative Mast in trying to find a resolution to this problem. He's talked to me about this many times before, and I do believe it is a problem, and we need to figure something out. Having said that, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Representative Webster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Graves, and the other the ranking members and chairman of the subcommittee. I want to thank you for the bipartisan work you've done in crafting this piece of legislation and the underlying water resources bill. The management of Lake Okeechobee has a ripple effect across many districts and regions. The Corps of Engineers has a huge task when it comes to managing Lake Okeechobee. It should not be managed based on one particular area or the impact of a specific area, but on the overall whole, and that's what they've tried to do. How it's managed impacts water access for numerous cities and utilities and Indian tribes and the Everglades National Park and one of Florida's most three economic engines, agriculture. And so I got involved in Lake Okeechobee decades ago because it was impacting Central Florida. And in recognition of the scope and impact for more than 20 years, members and stakeholders across Florida 20 years ago have worked together to find common ground. Our Florida delegation is strong and has for years met to discuss these important issues. The concerns I'm voicing today are shared by multiple members of the Florida delegation, Republican and Democrat. None of the delegation members nor most of the stakeholders I mentioned were included in the conversations that were had when these amendments were first developed. My colleague, though, has a real problem, and I believe that. And it's in his district, and I understand that. And it's one I'd like to help him solve if I can. Last night, there was an agreement on language in the manager's amendment that should help in while ensuring that the lake is managed in a way that protects all users. It's apparent that these amendments, not just this one, but some other ones that are coming, expressed a dissatisfaction with that agreement that was made in the manager's amendment, and he wants to go further. He seeks to lower the water levels in the lake to accomplish his goals. And this is something I can't support. This place of Florida communities and the Everglades and the vital agriculture industry, and all of them are at risk for shortages in the dry season if we change that water level. Fortunately, there's an answer. There's significant investments being made in repairs to the Hoover Dam, or Hoover Dike, other water shortages and projects in the system. The goals, I think all those goals can be accomplished without having to lower the lake water level. This option will ensure enough dry season water for all users and also limit to a great extent the release of water in the months when algae is worst. I'm encouraged by the Army Corps of Engineers who have identified a path forward known as Alternate D. I'm hopeful that they will pursue it. For decades now, it's been the intention of the Army Corps and the understanding of all the water users that the Corps would, at minimum, return the lake to its prior level service once the dike was repaired. When the growing needs of the region and vast demands of water supply, with all of that, we can't afford to lower the lake for the sole benefit of one area because it's all tied together in a big way. So, Mr. Chairman, I would oppose the gentleman's amendments in their current form, but certainly be willing to work on something that might be a solution to all. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Others wish to be heard.
Mr. Chairman.
Grace. Yes. Grace, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Napolitano.
Yes, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Speak up, Grace, or get closer to the mic, please. There.
I understand the problem, and I'm just wondering whether the parties have found the cause of the contamination, because it isn't enough to tell the Corps to clean it up. It is not their fault. They didn't cause the contamination. And I think that, excuse me, we work with the county or the state and the court to be able to identify so it won't continue to pollute it. I would look forward to working with both parties in reaching a way to further clean the contamination site, whether it's a business or whether it's agriculture or whatever. But it takes a long time to get the court to do anything. Simply because you tell them something to do, it doesn't mean that they're going to do it. It's taken me that long to get them to admit to storing water for availability to communities. So I would like to work with them because this is an important issue. And I understand the problem because I visited with Marcus L. Powell. Thank you, Debbie. And I understand the issue, but we've got to find out what the contamination source is and address it from the start. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank generally others wishing to be heard. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that I'm in full agreement with our chair of the Water Subcommittee, Representative Napolitano. She did visit the area. We had a tour. And part of the issue also is that we need to figure out a way, as I've spoken to you before and I've spoken to my colleague, Brian Hess, we need to figure out a way to bring that water after it's been cleansed south, because we have thousands of acres in Florida Bay that have died because we haven't had sufficient water flowing south. So I agree with our chair, Grace Napolitano, for the Water Subcommittee, and I really think it's crucial for us to come together, working with all parties and finding a consensus so that we find a fix to this issue. I yield back.
I thank gentlelady. Others?
If you'll yield again.
Tell you what, I'll take some time and then I'll yield to you for a minute or two.
Thank you, Chairman.
I recognize myself for such time as I may consume. This is a long-term, hugely, contentious, complicated issue. I have visited the Glades and the area and have been actually worked on this issue a couple of decades ago on the Resources Committee when we put forward a federal program that we thought would help restore and resolve these issues. Unfortunately, I think there were problems in getting the Florida State Legislature to adopt the programs we put forward, and so this is still extant. I think that this certainly merits I think if we ever get past the time of COVID in the not too distant future, a field hearing down in Florida by the committee, or otherwise would have to do it in DC at some point. But this is something where we need to hear more fully from both sides. I think there is some unnecessary anxiety in some sectors about the impacts of some of these actions. I mean, we obviously can't just stagger along with the continued deterioration of the water quality, Lake Okeechobee, and the death of the glades and the marshlands. So with that, I would yield, a couple of minutes to Mr. Mast.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought it was telling all of the various things that were just said here about lowering lake levels and all of the different interests. My request on this amendment was not about lowering lake levels. It was about, which is something that I'm more than willing to talk about, it was about making human health and safety a priority. That's what the amendment says. Now, there's other amendments in the future that we can talk about, and there's some really important debate that came about in the last 48 hours plus that I think this committee should consider staggering. This committee right here has authorized and spent over $3 billion on Everglades restoration. What is Everglades restoration? Getting more water to the Everglades, an area that Ms. Mercuso-Powell represents. Over $3 billion. That's been matched by the state as well. So we're talking about close to $6 billion in order to just get water there. And it was pulled out of this bill just to say that we should send water to the Everglades. Now, if my colleague wants to talk about that, I would love to know why he would be here voting on legislation to restore the Everglades to the tune of $3 billion, taxpayer dollars, and then be upset about language that says, let's do what we paid to do. Or the removal of the language that simply said, let's protect public water supply. That was stripped out. Let's protect public water supply by my colleague. I would love to know why that is the case. It was also removed, not allowed to be said that we should protect a Corps of Engineer piece of infrastructure, the Herbert Hoover Dike, which has been in disrepair. We have worked to get the dollars to repair this, and we were not allowed to include in this that we should protect that infrastructure project. Why does all of this get pulled out of there? Because there's this effort that I think everybody can see here very clearly to protect a private water supply for some agricultural users through the auspices of providing public flood protection for them. So the public is paying billions of dollars for flood protection to provide a private water supply. That's a serious problem that we should be talking about. Now, I have a number of other amendments on this, Mr. Chairman. I agree that we should have a hearing on this. I would be willing to talk about withdrawing my future amendments and the debate that we will have on all of those. If you would commit, I do not see a water resources and environment hearing on the calendar. I don't see one on here. If you would commit to still having, whether full committee or subcommittee hearing, or Chairwoman Napolitano and Ranking Member Westerman and Graves, for respectively the committee and subcommittee, to having a hearing on this specific issue in this calendar year, then I will withdraw my other amendments on this. If this committee is willing to have the debate, whether full committee or subcommittee on this, I would welcome that debate. Otherwise, I have to sit here and have this debate or allow my colleague to answer why we are not allowed to talk about sending water to the Everglades when we spent billions of dollars to do it.
Time, as gentleman, has expired. We'll move on to the next amendment, and then I'll consult with staff on that. Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. The gentleman, sorry. We didn't have a vote on that. He didn't ask to withdraw it. So are there amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
Nay.
Opinion chair, nays have it. Nays have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Next amendment, please. Okay, we don't have any more on our side.
We will, but somebody pulled one, a Democratic one.
Oh.
That's fine. So it's him again.
Okay. I recognize the gentleman from Florida have an amendment. Yes, sorry. Gentlemen have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk, designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Mast, number 119.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, not about lake levels, so maybe we can avoid that debate for this one. Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project. It is a critical infrastructure project. It does play a vital role in the ongoing fight to restore Florida's waterways. Very big passion of mine, as some of you have noted. This project, for local communities and environmental groups, they have some concerns about the location of the reservoir component of this project. So my amendment ensures that the people who are most impacted by this project get to have their voices heard on an important aspect of it. My amendment would require that the Army Corps of Engineers coordinate with county governments in my community and come to an agreement on the final location and configuration of what's known as the C-18W reservoir component of this project without a post-authorization change report. So as long as it provides the environmental benefits that are equal to or greater and costs are equal or less than in those chief's reports, that would be the provisions in there. This project serves as an important purpose in restoring the Loxahatchee River ecosystem, and I would look forward to seeing it being built. The concerns of the people in my community do deserve to be taken into account, so I'm asking that my colleagues support this amendment to let those people be heard. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank gentlemen. I recognize myself as time we may consume. After consultation between the majority and the minority, we have agreement that we will schedule a hearing on this issue in September, if the gentleman will withdraw the rest of his amendments.
Mr. Chairman, that is absolutely agreeable to me if we can schedule that hearing. Obviously, there's a lot of different points of views and a lot of things to be heard, so I thank you for that.
I assure you
I will withdraw.
We'll hear from all sides.
Ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendments.
Okay, without objection, so ordered. Representative Lynch, do you have an amendment at the desk?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Without
109, I think it is.
Without objection, yes, 109, the amendment we considered as read. Oh, sorry, clerk will designate.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Lynch, number 109.
Okay, without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As everyone here knows, our cities and towns have faced significant pain in the face of the COVID-19 crisis. And while our communities are working diligently to respond to the pandemic, they're starting to feel the pinch of declining revenue while still needing to meet the needs of their citizens. My amendment would provide our local governments with the option to defer local share payments on harbor projects until after the federal disaster declarations have been lifted. For cities like Boston, this would provide substantial relief as we continue to fight back against COVID. Mr. Chairman, we worked with your staff on this amendment, and I do understand and agree that this is a better fit in the appropriation space, but I did want to take this opportunity to reaffirm the need for this type of relief. It is not Boston alone, it's all over the country. Many of our major cities and towns with port facilities. So as the appropriation bill moves forward to the floor, I'd ask for your support in this effort, and I'd be willing to withdraw my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield the remainder of my time.
I thank gentlemen. I yield myself some time to may consume. I certainly share the gentleman's concern. We have looked at a number of ways in the HEROES bill to adjust cost shares during the pandemic, and I'd be happy to continue to work with the gentleman with the Appropriations Committee on this issue. Does the gentleman wish to withdraw?
Yes, I wish to withdraw. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the amendment's withdrawn. Okay, I'm told that for purposes of organizational whatever, we need to recess. They said 5, let's make it 10, 10 minutes. The committee is in recess for 10 minutes.
So Sarah, she was talking, that you may still want to talk.
Committee will come back to order. I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, who is offering an amendment, as I understand it, on behalf of someone else. So we're sticking to the agreement we had earlier. The gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Mast, number 121.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize the gentleman, Mr. Mast, to speak on his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am submitting this amendment on behalf of my colleague from Florida, Mr. Posey. I have worked closely with him to prevent the destruction and pollution of our coastal estuaries. Now, these estuaries, like the Indian River Lagoon and the Caloosahatchee River, they're some of the most biodiverse estuaries and ecosystems in the entire world. Now, as I've mentioned numerous times today, toxic discharge to the east and west out of Lake Okeechobee, they're polluting our estuaries. That's not a surprise to this committee, which means they're killing fish populations, causing serious economic harm and impacts. This amendment of Mr. Posey, it seeks to address this ongoing problem of sacrificing estuaries at the hands of managing Lake Okeechobee by enacting a study to review the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Program, or SERP, to identify further modification of the Central and South Florida project, as it may be advisable to protect and restore the coastal estuaries that are included in those ecosystems. Now, this review should be coordinated with the Governor of Florida, the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force, the South Florida Water Management District, the residents of the communities, the surrounding communities, the affected estuaries, and the public. And upon review, the Secretary shall submit a report that includes a description of projects or other measures that the Chief of Engineers recommends to be included in the SERP project. So some will say that SERP provides a framework for addressing the estuaries and that no new legislation is required to promote solutions within the framework of SERP. That position, I think, is naive in ignoring the facts that in the 20 years since SERP was approved, neither the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force or its members have taken a fresh look at the problems of the estuaries and how the SERP framework could be beneficially altered to address the serious neglect of the recurring environmental devastation in the estuaries that we have witnessed in those 20 years since then. So this amendment of Mr. Posey, it is not duplicative because it sets in motion a process to address the problems that have not been integrated into the plan based upon the last 20 years of the environmental harm to the Indian River Lagoon and the estuaries of the Caloosahatchee. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Do others wish to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Westerman, do you wish to be heard?
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. Again, this amendment from Mr. Mast represents a good idea that I hope we can work on with you as the process moves forward. However, as members know, today's legislation comes before the committee after a thorough bipartisan process and in accordance with a Big Four agreement, and I must oppose the amendment offered by my colleague, Mr. Mast.
Okay. Do others wish to be heard? I too, in deference to the agreement, would oppose the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Representative, I believe Representative Craig, do you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mrs. Craig, number 081.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Ms. Craig to speak on behalf of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment, which I intend to withdraw, would authorize a conveyance of the Upper St. Anthony Falls Lock to the city of Minneapolis to construct, use, and operate amenities at the lock and to utilize such property as a comprehensive recreational, tourist, and interpretive experience.
Adoption of this amendment would be a benefit to the entire state of Minnesota, which has been intimately shaped by the river's presence as it flows south and builds on legislative action undertaken most recently in WRDA 2018 to dispose of the lock and adjacent property following its authorized closure in WRDA 2014. By way of background to my colleagues, shortly after the 2014 congressional action, both the St. Anthony Falls Heritage Board and the city's Parks and Recreation Board recommended that the site of the Upper Lock become a visitor center. The concept took root and was supported by later plans adopted by numerous other organizations, including the National Parks Conservation Association. In April 2018, the city approved reuse of the Upper Lock, and later that year, the 2018 WRDA directed that a disposition study for Upper St. Anthony Falls Lock and Dam. Unfortunately, the Corps has not published the report in a timely manner, and local stakeholders are concerned that the disposition study, under pressure from the Army Corps headquarters, would ultimately result in the property ending up in the hands of a private entity and not be used for public good. As such, my amendment would legislatively direct partial disposition of federal property so that the city and its partner organizations could acquire the land on the Central Riverfront and improve it as a cultural and natural resource consistent with adopted community plans. I understand, Mr. Chairman, that the committee needs additional time to consult with the Army Corps about this amendment and the impacts on the disposition. I'm eager to continue working with the chairs and ranking members to resolve this issue before the bill hits the floor, and I stand ready to assist in whatever way possible to accomplish this objective. With that spirit in mind, Mr. Chairman, if I can get a commitment to continue working on this important issue with you before HR 7575 is considered on the floor. And with that, I yield to the chairman.
Well, I thank the gentlelady, and I deal myself such time as I may consume. Yes, these conveyances are, I think this has tremendous merit, but these conveyances are always complex and technical, and we are waiting to hear from the Corps that they've reached a consensus point on this conveyance issue in Minneapolis, and we will prod them in the next couple of weeks to get us a response on that, and hopefully at that point we'll be able to put it in the legislation as we go to the floor. With that, I appreciate the gentlelady's offer to withdraw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. I would now recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves. Do you have an amendment at the desk?
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment number 178.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 178.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read.
Mr. Chairman, number 178, what this does is this actually amends a very successful program within the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers known as Section 1043. As you know, when you look at the backlog of authorized Corps of Engineer projects, you can get numbers reaching nearly $100 billion. And as you know, this Congress annually appropriates a few billion for construction. You can do the math. You will, as I've said in this committee, you will finish that backlog approximately never. And so what we end up doing is we send a false sense of security to our constituents when we tell them your flood protection, your water management, your storm damage reduction, your hurricane protection, your navigation, your ecological restoration, that these projects are authorized for construction, and in the reality is they don't get built. Mr. Chairman, this is what I used to do for a living. I built these projects. I built billions and billions of dollars in these projects. We routinely were able to take these projects and build them for 1/2 to 1/3 of the cost that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers estimated, and we were able to do it in a fraction of the time, over and over and over and over again. Section 1043 recognizes that. We worked closely with our senator back in 2014 to enact this provision. It allows the non-federal sponsor to take the lead on the project, to receive the federal funds and implement it. And the objective is something that we all share, Mr. Chairman. It's about efficiency of taxpayer dollars and delivering these projects much faster. In the WRDA 2018 bill, we did amend the 2014 program to extend it. There was a technical drafting error in addition to, I think, some problems with interpretation coming out of the Corps. What this program does, what this amendment does, is it just says, don't make this temporary anymore. Don't make this a pilot program that allows the states, the counties, the parishes, the water boards, the levee districts that we all represent. Don't make this a temporary pilot project. Let's make it permanent. Let's put this in law permanently that allows the program to move forward. As I understand, my friend Mr. Rauda, I believe, supports the objective of this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield to Mr. Rauda to perhaps speak on this if he's live.
Mr. Rauda, you've been yielded time.
Okay. Actually, Mr. Chairman, I understand that he's on a call right now. So,
Okay.
so Mr. Chairman, with that, I do understand. I don't want to be clear. I don't speak for anybody, but I do believe that he is also supportive of this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I know that you support the objectives, or I believe you support the objectives of 1043. I understand that you may be saying some things that may not be positive and friendly to this amendment, but I know it's not personal. So, Mr. Chairman, after you speak, I may be willing to withdraw.
I thank the gentleman. Others wish to be heard. Hearing none, I recognize myself. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment at this point in time. This would transition the pilot program established under 1043B of the WRDA 2014 to a permanent program. The pilot program is designed to evaluate the cost effectiveness and project delivery efficiency of non-federal interests in carrying out certain projects. HR 7575, as introduced on Monday, includes a 6-year extension, during which time Congress is expected to enact up to 3 more WRDA bills. I think that this program merits, oversight, investigation before asking that we make it permanent. I would recognize that the gentleman, when he chaired the subcommittee, generously came to my district and held a field hearing on the coast. And after the hearing, as I recall our conversation, the gentleman said, wow, you have a real different relationship with the Corps out here than we do down our way. I would say that the Corps seems to operate with different levels of efficiency and cooperation with local entities in different parts of the country, and that certainly shouldn't be the case. And I think this program will perhaps point to those disparities around the country, and then we can try and figure out how to deal with it. So with that,
The gentleman yield?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, first I want to clarify for the record that actually Mr. Rauda is definitively supportive of this because he's a co-sponsor of the amendment. He does share my regret, however, that I'm going to ask unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment with the understanding that we're going to continue to work with you to ensure that the Corps of Engineers maximizes efficiency, or that we all work with our federal and non-federal sponsors to maximize efficiency and get these projects delivered and break this backlog. Yield back.
Okay. I thank the gentleman for his offer. Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. I now recognize Mr. Lynch. Do you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Lynch, number 111.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Lynch to speak for up to 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment seeks to expedite the completion of a critical climate change resilience project in the town of Hull, Massachusetts. settled in 1622, one of the earliest communities in our country. And it's located in the south shore of my district. In order to mitigate the severe impacts of global climate change, including coastal tidal surges, flooding, and superstorms that are only increasing in regularity and intensity, the town of Hull partnered with the Army Corps of Engineers, who have been outstanding in this regard, really excellent. They've been great. Partnered with them in 2018 to fortify the 6,000-foot seawall along Nantasket Beach with a stone revetment. As an additional resilience measure, the town of Hull is now seeking the opportunity to further reinforce coastal storm risk protection at Nantasket Beach by collaborating with the Army Corps' Pascatua River Dredging Project, which is in New Hampshire, which is why I can't pronounce it. What they're doing is we're dredging the Portsmouth area at the Pascatua River using that sand, so it's kind of a twofer. We're taking that sand and we're adding it to the revetment in Hull, Massachusetts, so a very efficient use of our resources. Regrettably, this important resilience effort has not yet been completed, due in part to pandemic-related delays. This is not a big project by any means, but it is important, and my amendment would expedite the resolution of these remaining issues and facilitate completion of this modest, very modest, but essential resilience project. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm getting conflicting. Okay, all right, thank you. It's my understanding, I mean, I deal myself as much time as I may consume. What? Okay. Bruce. I recognize the gentleman, Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. I appreciate the gentleman submitting this amendment, and we have no opposition to it, so I support the adoption of the amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank the gentleman.
I yield myself to time I may consume. I appreciate the gentleman's support of the amendment. You know, this is, you know, we have the potential to remove fill material from the project in Congressman Pappas' district for the Nantasket Beach project, and this is the kind of sediment management that we want the Corps to look to better manage and use, as opposed to just using dump sites when this material has value. So with that, I also support the amendment. Are there others who wish to speak to the amendment? Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. And okay, everybody get ready, unmute. The question will be on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, mute. Those opposed signify by saying nay. Hearing none, the amendment is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the members. Thank you.
We have a gentleman from Louisiana. Oh, wait, well, they handed me this. Sorry. Okay, well, why aren't we alternating? Okay, whatever, all right. I recognize Representative Finkenauer.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to HR 7575, offer Ms. Finkenauer, number 098.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment that would improve the efficiency and the communication between.
So I recognize Westman. Continue, sorry.
Okay, oh, it's fine. I rise in support of this amendment that would improve the efficiency and the communication between the Army Corps and local governments. This amendment fixes an issue that I first heard about through the city of Cedar Rapids. The city actually enjoys a really good working relationship with the Army Corps, but at the same time, the city has encountered situations where they need to rewrite contract agreements to include provisions requested by the Army Corps. So better clarity from the Corps when it comes to their preferences in contract agreements will help reduce needless and avoidable delays that increase the overall cost of the project at the end of the day. Specifically, this amendment would direct the Army Corps to review and report on their guidelines and their policies for non-federal entities developing contract agreements with the Corps and local utilities. So the Corps would also have to publish these best practices in a best practice document to assist local governments in writing these contract agreements to begin with. By providing this information and clarity up front to local governments before they begin writing contract agreements, we can help avoid costly delays and rewrites of any of these contracts. This is a common sense amendment to cut down delays with federal bureaucracy and better deliver on projects for our communities in a more timely way and also more cost-effective way at the end of the day. So I urge the adoption of this amendment, and with that, I yield back and ask your support for my amendment.
I thank the gentlelady. Do others wish to be heard? Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. I thank the gentlelady for bringing this amendment forward. How could anybody be against efficiency and better communications? I support this amendment and yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Others wish to be heard? Hearing none, recognize myself as the time I may consume. You know, I think the gentlelady's amendment has great merit. You know, the Corps does interact with local project sponsors, utility companies for studies and projects. It's certainly reasonable to ask that there be mutual understanding of that process and expectations in advance of executing any final agreements. This amendment directs the Corps to review their process, report back with best practices for non-federal interests to use. Sometimes it's difficult to interact with the federal government from the local level, particularly smaller counties and cities. You know, and having traveled to the gentlelady's district and seen some of the issues there, I think that this would be a benefit to her district. I thank her for this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. Does anyone else wish to be heard on the amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, then the question is on the amendment. Unmute, please. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Mute. Those in opposition will signify by saying nay. Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Congratulations. Okay. The chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Perry, number 153.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment ensures all Corps of Engineer construction and rehabilitation contracts under the bill include requirements that all steel components shall be manufactured or fabricated in whole or substantial part in the United States with steel produced or made in the United States, its territories, or possessions. Over the past few years, the contract awards for Army Corps hydropower refurbishment projects have continually gone to bidders with no domestic manufacturing presence, even where the competing bidders plan to do all of the manufacturing work in the United States. It's incredible. The Army Corps' failure to account for domestic sourcing and to support an American workforce capable of working on hydropower projects represents a threat to our nation's electrical system and our national security, as this failure has opened up the door for Chinese manufacturers to gain a foothold in our markets. Who knew, right? As evidenced by Chinese efforts in other industries, this foothold is just the beginning of a long-running effort to dominate the market share. To alleviate these concerns and eliminate the Chinese threat, it is necessary to apply the strictest domestic sourcing requirements to the components used on these critical infrastructure projects. Short of these requirements, we will continue to see the abuse of our trade agreements by our adversaries who are determined to undermine our domestic manufacturing base and to compromise our critical infrastructure. For these reasons and many more, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I understand that in the past that people may not have been so supportive, but it seems at this point that especially with China, that this would take on a whole new sense of urgency. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would also ask unanimous consent to have a letter from the local union representing Boyd Hydro, located in the district that I'm privileged to represent, into the record. And I can do that electronically with your approval on unanimous consent.
Without objection, that'll be entered into the record.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I imagine you have something to say, so I'm just going to reserve if I can, so I have something to say. If I imagine you're not going to be supportive of the amendment, and I'd just like to enter into a conversation with you if I could, pending your comments.
Do others wish to be heard on the amendment? I am not fully cognizant of the potential impacts of this. I do know that, for instance, when I was visiting I think it was the Bonneville Dam or maybe Grand Coulee, I actually went down in one of the turbine wells. That was pretty creepy. And they were redoing the turbines and the windings. And at that point in time, there were new American sources available for the windings, but they weren't coming from China. They were coming from Germany. But I don't know what has evolved since then. And, I would, I'm going to support the amendment. And, we have done the strongest Buy America requirements in our surface transportation bill, in rail. We're defending the Jones Act and maritime against constant attacks. And so I'm going to support the amendment. And if it turns out it is particularly problematic, we can look to putting in some sort of exception process in the conference with the Senate. And I understand that Mr. Westerman wants to be recognized. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a great idea by my colleague, Mr. Perry. I think we all can support buying American. I know that he also has provisions in there, not just to buy American, but to buy from, I believe, close allies or other sources that basically aren't China. So I do, and as we saw in debate, both in committee and on the floor with H.R. 2, buying American is clearly important to all of us, so I will follow your lead and support this amendment as well.
Great. Mr. Perry, you want to just take that and say nothing else?
Well, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I yield all the remaining. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I'm going to ask unanimous consent that the amendment be adopted. If there's here, I'll give a moment for objection since people are remote. Hearing no objection, the amendment is adopted. There are no more Democratic ones? Okay. Okay, the clerk is still trying to sort through amendments, so we are going to do Mr. Perry. Do you have an amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You'll be happy to know I do have an amendment at the desk. This is my last amendment.
Okay, clerk designate the amendment. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to HR 7575, offered by Mr. Perry, number 152.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Perry is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The 152 is the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund Discretionary Spending Cap Adjustment Amendment. This amendment would repeal Section 14003 of the CARES Act, exempting the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund spending up to the previous FY deposit level from the discretionary spending cap set by the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2019. Strike Section 101 of the bill, expanding the exemption from the discretionary spending caps to cover all spending from the existing HMTF balance, approximately $10 billion. Less than a year ago, I voted against the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2019 due to its reckless spending levels and failure to restrain the nation's fiscal irresponsibility. At that point, the national debt stood at $22.02 trillion. Today, our national debt is at $26.5 trillion. The fiscal year to date deficit is $2.7 trillion, more than triple the level last July, and is expected to exceed $4 trillion for the year. Amazingly, the June 2020 deficit, $863 billion, is larger than the entire deficit of FY18. These figures demonstrate the unprecedented dire fiscal situation facing our nation. If left unaddressed, the national debt threatens to bring an end to the United States of America. In the wake of this unfathomable spending spree, we should be assessing how we got to this point and what we are doing to get our nation out of this hole. Instead, this committee, on a bipartisan basis, has decided to pull budget gimmicks in order to spend an additional $10 billion without any offsets whatsoever. This amendment does not prevent spending of the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. It simply says that Congress must prioritize its spending and hold true to the outrageously high spending caps that we agree to on a bipartisan basis. Should be simple, right? The practice of exempting funds from these caps out of the convenience must come to an end. And I urge my colleagues to get serious about addressing our nation's fiscal crisis as well as our infrastructure crisis and support this amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Do others wish to be heard? I'd write myself for such time as I may consume. I share the gentleman's concern, although, of course, a couple of $1 trillion that deficit came from tax cuts that didn't pay for themselves, that were adopted on a partisan basis. But we do need to address this on an ongoing basis. This would be a peculiar one to attack. These are taxes that have been collected from shippers, the costs paid on to consumers, and a program created by Ronald Reagan to create a real harbor maintenance trust fund and meet the ongoing needs of our ports, which are dramatic. We're lagging behind the rest of the world in being able to accept post-Panamax ships, routine harbor maintenance on a daily basis. Our 55 largest harbors only have 38% of their authorized depth and capacity. We have jetties that are falling in. And as I mentioned earlier, I've been working for 24 years, starting with Republican Chairman Bud Schuster, to dedicate these taxes collected from the American people under a program created by Ronald Reagan to their designated use. The effect of this amendment would be to allow the appropriators to continue to divert those funds to other uses, i.e., we would be taxing the American people to maintain our harbors and diverting it to who the hell knows where through the appropriations process and other discretionary spending. So I rise, this would actually vitiate what we're trying to do here, which is to spend not only the annual income, which does not create a deficit because it's paid for by taxes, and draw down the $10 billion in the Treasury, which has been collected from the American people, and it would constitute nothing more than fraud to continue to divert that money or steal that money from the American people. So I rise in very strong opposition to the amendment. The gentleman's concern regarding the deficit is not reflected in this program. Do others wish to be heard?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. We have some agreements and some disagreements on this issue. I think we have a strong disagreement on the effectiveness of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which led to maybe the strongest economy that America has ever seen, low unemployment rates. I saw constituents in my district, median income household families saw more money in their pocket. We saw the economy growing, and I think the Tax Cut and Jobs Act was a great thing for working class Americans. When it comes to the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund, we have some agreement there that this was a fund that was put in place to maintain harbors, and I think we're doing a disservice to the American people when we collect that fee that's paid by shippers and we don't put that money back into its intended purpose. So we agree that this money should be spent there. Also, strongly agree with my colleague, Mr. Perry, on the debt and the deficit spending problem that we have in this country. And we need to find ways to address that, but we're not going to balance the budget on the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund, and there are certainly other areas we can work on and put this money where it was intended to go, and that is, again, to maintain our harbors and our ports. So although there's a lot of agreement and disagreement here, I'm going to oppose this amendment and ask my colleagues to do the same.
I thank the gentleman. Again, the point is that the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund is paid for. It does not create a penny of deficit. Only in the theoretical la-la land of Washington with our stupid PAYGO, Budget Act, discretionary spending caps and all that, as opposed to having a reasonable budget that would have a capital budget and then an operating budget. And this would be a fully funded capital budget program and an operating program for the ports, funded and paid for by shippers who pass the costs on to taxpayers. So I strongly oppose the amendment. Are there others who wish to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Hearing none. Who is that?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Grace.
Yes. I recognize the gentlelady for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. It won't take that long to tell you that I agree with you. It's been a long fight to get the port money back to them. And I agree with you and Ranking Member Westerman, and I agree to oppose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Others wish to be heard? Hearing none. Are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none. Then I will give people an opportunity to unmute. Please unmute to prepare to vote verbally. Okay, those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, those opposed to the amendment signify by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. A sufficient number of members having requested a recorded vote and pursuant to Rule 5E, the Rules Committee and Transportation Infrastructure recorded vote and amendment is ordered. As mentioned in the beginning of the markup, pursuant to Committee Rule 5F, as ruled, the chair will postpone further proceedings on the amendment until a time determined by the chair in the course of today's markup. Mr. Gibbs, do you have an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You have amendment of the desk number 38.
Okay, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to HR 7575, offered by Mr. Gibbs, number 038.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Gibbs to speak in favor of his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would create a long-term certainty for ports' access to the Great Lakes. In many past water bills, I have successfully fought to include language for the reuse of beneficial dredge material. In my home state of Ohio, the Port of Cleveland, their confined disposable facility sits adjacent to a general aviation airport. The FAA guidance of this adjacent airport are putting annual dredging at risk by the potential relocation of access roads into the Army Corps' own property. My amendment would alleviate the concern that the Army Corps would be forced to embark on a road relocation project even if deemed unnecessary by changes in runway location or configuration or to the runway protection zone or the object-free zone. Thus, the Army Corps' ability to pay for road relocation would be clear in law, yet flexible if road relocation is ultimately not needed. Similar language has been included in the Senate word of bill with bipartisan support from both Ohio Senators Portman and Brown. I understand, Mr. Chairman, that you're willing to work with me and my staff on this issue as we move forward. And if that's the case, I would be prepared to withdraw this amendment as we continue to work on it.
Do others wish to be recognized? Okay, hearing none, given the fact the gentleman wants to continue to work through some of the issues relating to costs and access for confined disposal facilities, and we happy to work with you and the rest of the Ohio delegation to come up with a suitable solution that hopefully we can put together in the next couple of weeks before the bill proceeds to the floor. With that, gentleman's amendment is withdrawn.
Thank you.
Mr. Gibbs?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk, designate the amendment.
Amendment to HR 7575, offered by Mr. Gibbs, number 037.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize Mr. Gibbs to speak on behalf of his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would authorize the National Coastal Mapping Program. This is the only federal program that surveys the U.S. coast on a reoccurring schedule, supporting the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers navigation, flood risk management, environmental restoration, and emergency operations civil works missions. This program produces important coastal surveys, imagery used by the Corps of Engineers, other federal agencies, commercial and academic organizations, and the public to aid managing coastal regions, communities, and projects. This data measures changes between surveys, such long-term erosion or short-term impacts from storms. This authorization is important because it covers the expanded mission of the program and ensures it is fully authorized to meet the Corps of Engineers and national needs. As former chairman of the Water Resource and Environment Subcommittee, I recognize the value of coordinated data collection and the need to provide clear direction to the Army Corps of Engineers. I believe this amendment accomplishes both these tasks, and I understand that the chairman, again, here is willing to work with me and my staff on this language as we work towards a final bill, and I'm also prepared to withdraw this amendment with a commitment to work on the language so we can come together on this important data collection for the Corps.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank him for both his concern and his expertise in this area. This authorizes new mapping as part of the National Coastal Mapping Program, and there have been some concerns expressed, and we hope that we can work through those concerns and get more complete and accurate data for all concerned in the future. Without objection, the gentleman's amendment is withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Boss?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk designate the amendment.
Amendment to HR 7575, offered by Mr. Bost, number 066.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Recognize Mr. Boss for 5 minutes. Speak on behalf of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and the Ranking Member Graves for inclusion of 132 in this bill. I believe this will provide an important lifeline to rural communities to respond to flood disasters. A number of times I've spoken in this committee about the need to consider all economic benefits a flood control structure provides. This could and should also include the benefits like navigation. For example, last year, a barge in tow on the Mississippi River was broken apart at the site of the Lynn Small levee breach and was sucked inland. The Corps has been unable to move 2 of these barges that had been sucked inland. And if you want to see what these people are dealing with in there, I would like to submit this picture. Wouldn't you love one of that in your front yard? Right, well.
Kind of inhibits your farming.
So then, but local residents reported 2 other times that tows were nearly sucked into the levee breach. The Coast Guard issued this navigational warning for all tows being moved in the area. Why? Because there's a navigational problem. Unfortunately, the Corps still doesn't believe that the breach in the Lynn Small levee creates a navigational hazard. Of course, it's not their front yard that has a barge sitting in it either. They've spent over $2 million laying riprap under Corps' navigational authority and think the problem has been addressed. The picture of the barge and the Coast Guard navigation sign tells a different story. My fear is that while we are authorizing a new lifeline for communities that are willing to pay and contribute in kind to achieve a positive BCR, any ambiguity in the law could be used as an excuse for inaction. If the Corps doesn't authorize or recognize a navigational problem now, would they be willing to certify that a repair carried out under Section 132 would benefit another project? This amendment is about eliminating the ambiguity. I am willing to withdraw the amendment and also my next amendment if I can get a commitment from you, Mr. Chair, that as we proceed, that we can determine that the Corps can make such determinations and under what circumstances. I fear that current law creates ambiguities that will result in communities not qualifying to take advantage of Section 132.
Okay, I thank the gentleman. I thank him for his willingness to withdraw. Obviously, that's a fairly dramatic example of that kind of would inhibit your farming. I guess maybe you can turn it into a very large raised bed or something, but I don't think it's going to work as well.
It's going to work right now.
I'd be happy to work with him on different ways to calculate the benefits and to look at Corps authority versus Coast Guard authority and the conflict therein that he mentioned, and be happy to attempt to figure out a way forward on that if the gentleman would withdraw.
With that, Mr. Chairman, with unanimous consent, I would like to withdraw not only this amendment, but my second
Okay.
amendment as well.
Without objection, so ordered.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Lynch can assume the chair for a few minutes.
Go ahead and get yours. As soon as I get a break, I'm.
Okay.
Yeah.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Woodall, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to HR 7575, offered by Mr. Woodall, number 015.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that change in the chair was probably brought about to speed the unanimous consent acceptance of this bipartisan amendment that I have here. We have, not in my district and not in Mr. Johnson's district, who sits with us here on this committee, but in the river that separates Georgia and South Carolina, in Mr. Allen's district on the Georgia side, Mr. Wilson's district on the South Carolina side, we have what's called the New Savannah Lock and Dam. It's in Augusta, but it's called New Savannah, and it is the source of drinking water for that community. It's a source of recreation in that community. It's a source of flood control. It provides multiple benefits to folks in that community. And we have, for years, been working on mitigating fish migration issues through that area. In fact, this committee dealt with that back in the 2016 WRDA bill, encouraging the Corps to move further and faster in working with local communities to resolve this issue. We still have not succeeded in that today. I've got, Mr. Chairman, letters from all the bipartisan leadership of the local city governments in the area, the county governments in the area. And what this amendment is asking is that we transfer ownership of this 55-acre parcel away from the Corps of Engineers and to local stakeholders who will commit to maintaining the region and to providing solutions for fish migration issues. Everybody on this committee knows how challenging it is to get something high on the Corps' priority list. And with all the different issues that we've heard here today, life and death issues that we've heard here today, it's hard to get migratory fish in a border two-state community high on that list. Because we have not been successful getting that done, we have, through that effort, built an enormous amount of, again, bipartisan and by-state commitment to taking on this responsibility locally and executing that responsibility. So much so that in this amendment, we say with the transfer from the Corps to this local authority, that the Corps can put in whatever restrictions they deem necessary to accomplish whatever goals the Corps deems necessary. But at the end of the day, this is a project that has not been successfully dealt with by the Corps and can and must be successfully dealt with by the local community. Again, not in my community. Rick Allen has been working this issue. Joe Wilson has been working this issue, but it rises to such a level that here on the committee, we have both Congressman Johnson from the 4th District and me from the 7th who put this on our list of really must-dos in this WRDA bill this year. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair is in opposition to the gentleman's amendment at this time. It's our understanding that there was litigation surrounding this particular project. Eventually, there was local resolution and some level of consensus was reached, and that agreement included plans for a fish passage. The gentleman's amendment was seen to upend that agreement, and given that the litigation and resulting consensus around the project, the chair is loath to accept this amendment. Therefore, I oppose the amendment and would ask my colleagues to do likewise. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I recognize that the history of this is very complicated. We're working also because we have support on the other side of the hill from both of our senators and both of South Carolina's senators to get this done. I would ask the chairman to withhold that final judgment and continue this conversation if I withdraw this amendment, perhaps we'll be able to get to that between now and conference.
Well, I'm sure that I can speak for the chair that if the gentleman wants further consideration and agrees to withdraw, then we will receive any arguments that the gentleman may have or any further enlightening perspective that you might add. I certainly respect your willingness to represent your constituents and be an advocate on their behalf, and that's what this body is all about. So if the gentleman would withdraw his amendment, we would continue to discuss this with the gentleman.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask if you would indulge me, my colleague on the committee from the great state of Georgia, Mr.
Well, I will ask if any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Westerman, the gentleman is recognized, sorry.
I would like to thank the gentleman, Mr. Woodall from Georgia, for bringing this important issue before the committee. As he mentioned, Representative Allen and Wilson both are very involved in this issue, and it wasn't that long ago that I had opportunity to meet with many of the stakeholders on this issue, and there seemed to be a lot of consensus in the room at the time from people from both parties and different perspectives. I appreciate the gentleman willing to withdraw the amendment and continue working on it, and I just want to encourage the committee to move forward in working on this amendment to see if we can come to a resolution on it. I yield back.
Would any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Johnson, do I understand you're wishing to speak on this? Might be having trouble with some audio there. Looks like you're still muted, Hank. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized. No, you're still muted. How about we try Mr. Graves? We'll go back to you. Let's keep trying, Hank.
You've got to unmute.
Mute. Okay, now I'm unmuted.
There you go.
Can you all hear me? Oh,
We can
okay,
now,
all right.
yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also want to thank my colleague, Mr. Woodall, for his leadership and shared support on this amendment. Like Representative Woodall, the Savannah Bluff Lock and Dam is not in my district, and in fact, it's about 100 miles outside of the district in Augusta, Georgia, but I'm happy to lend my support when and where my state needs it. The Savannah Lock and Dam supplies water for navigation, recreational use, and regional economic development to communities in Georgia as well as our neighbors in South Carolina. This water is also home to short-nosed sturgeon and several other endangered species of fish. As projects to deepen the Savannah Harbor continue, we must ensure that these endangered species are protected. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers maintains oversight of the lock and dam, but their recent proposal to construct a rock weir to help fish repopulate has been challenged. Not only would a rock weir drop the water level below what local communities need for continued habitation and for their enjoyment, a rock weir may also kill already endangered fish, ironically. A recent independent external peer review outlining concerns and recommendations from community members highlighted inconsistencies in cost analysis, lack of consideration of other alternatives that would not lower the pool, and lack of information on whether the leading alternatives would successfully pass fish overall. I understand that this committee and the Senate Committee on Environment and Public Works have yet to arrive at consensus language on this amendment, and for that reason, Representative Woodall, also our colleague, Representative Rick Allen, who represents Augusta, and I are happy to continue conversations to achieve that goal before this bill goes to the floor. However, I wanted to take this moment to elevate the voices of Georgians who acutely understand that the construction of this rock weir doesn't meet their community's needs and may not protect endangered species from further harm. I hope we can continue working to find a solution that meets the community's economic and ecological needs, and to make sure that South Carolinians are protected as well as Georgians. Our communities all benefit from the Savannah Bluff Lock and Dam. And I echo Representative Woodall's request to withdraw the amendment. And with that, I yield back, and I do appreciate the forbearance of the chair while I work through my technical difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, wish to be heard on this amendment? No? Okay. Would any other member like to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is withdrawn. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, for amendment number 189.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 189.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the Water Resources Development Act of 2018, we tried to address one of the major real estate issues of the Corps of Engineers, where they were requiring non-federal sponsors to get fee title to property whenever there were less expensive options that were available. For example, property owners were willing to grant easements for free, project easements for free. So we changed that law in 2018 only to have the Corps of Engineers come back and trash the interpretation and basically completely, once again for the 100th time, ignore the Congress's direction and law changes that were done. This is something that the Corps of Engineers has recently invented that is similar. Any of you that have Corps of Engineer projects, Mr. Chairman, anybody on this committee who represents an area that has a Corps of Engineer project, normally what happens, you have something called LERS, lands, easements, right-of-ways, relocations, and disposals. That is your real estate cost. That counts toward the cost share of your project. Now, what the Corps of Engineers has recently done is they've said that any time your non-federal sponsor, could be your state, your county, your levy district, your parish, whatever it is, anytime they are acquiring land from any other public entity, they don't get credit for the land. So let's just make up a scenario. Let's say that there is a school board in your district that has $1 million piece of property, and they have to pay that school board $1 million to acquire the property in order for it to be available for this Corps of Engineers project. If you were buying that that property from John Doe for $1 million, you would be able to get credit towards your 35% non-federal cost share. The Corps of Engineers has invented this bogus interpretation, bogus policy where they're saying, if you buy it from John Doe for $1 million, yes, you get credit. If you buy it from your local school board, where you still have to pay them for it, it's no different. You have to pay that local school board $1 million. You don't get the $1 million credit towards your non-federal cost share. So this amendment simply says it doesn't matter who you acquire it from. I got to be honest. If I were back in my old job and I were in this situation, I would tell the school board to sell it to John Doe. Then I'd buy it from John Doe just to circumvent the Corps' ridiculousness. But we shouldn't have to play games like that, Mr. Chairman. So this amendment simply fixes it. It's nothing that scrupulous in any way. It's simply addressing some of the Corps' bogus interpretations and policies. And I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair stands in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This issue, as I understand it, was addressed and closed as part of the Water Resources Development Act of 2018. The deal now is being relitigated, so it is in court. The issues involve, as the gentleman has correctly stated, the issue involves the cost at which lands, easements, and rights of way are calculated. The gentleman's amendment would shift this calculation to the value of the property easement or right-of-way, which is speculative at best. Therefore, the chair urges a no vote on this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, would you be willing to yield?
I would yield, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I understand your concerns and certainly don't have any desire to get into a contentious debate with you whatsoever. I think this is something that all of us should be representing our non-federal sponsors on. Whether it's the term value or something else in here, it's the transactional cost that we're targeting. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd be willing to withdraw this amendment with an agreement that we can work together with you and the committee staff to see if we can figure out how to solve this problem for all the committee members and the non-federal sponsors across the country.
The chair recognizes the validity of the gentleman's issue. There's no question about that, and it happens all across this country. I'm sure that the chair would be willing to entertain any further suggestions, recommendations. The problem is that this one situation is being currently relitigated, and so it would have to be prospective in scope, but that is a worthy exercise, and I think the chairman would be more than happy to continue that discussion with the gentleman if he would agree to withdraw his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw amendment number 189 and look forward to future discussion.
The gentleman has withdrawn his amendment. Chair now recognizes Representative Babin, amendment number 53.
Yes, sir. I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The clerk will please designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Babin, number 053.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Southeast Texas has been, as I mentioned in my opening statement, has been devastated by flooding time and time again, leaving many of my constituents in dire situations, and the federal government responsible for billions of dollars worth of emergency supplemental funds. As we enter another hurricane season this year, in fact, we're already in it, I see this bill as a critical piece to ensuring stronger coastal resilience against these devastating storms. The Sabine Pass to Galveston Bay project has already been authorized and received full funding to help address some of the flooding issues on our Texas coast here. But the recommendations for the project came before some of the major flooding that has occurred recently in Southeast Texas, which has revealed the need to modify this project. To strengthen this project and flood mitigation efforts in Texas, it is critical that we modify the existing authorization to incorporate requisite flood risk management features needed to mitigate non-tidal surge flooding, which is what this amendment aims to do. Conducting a feasibility study will highlight these modifications, which will exponentially enhance the goal of the overall project and save the government billions of dollars in relief funds. We will find that taking this action would provide Southeast Texas the infrastructure necessary to prevent this repetitive flooding issue. That is why I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman has. Is there anyone, any other member? Let me just take the chair's position first. This amendment, as the gentleman has correctly stated, makes a technical change to the Sabine Pass to Galveston Bay Hurricane and Storm Damage Reduction Project modification study, which is included in H.R. 7575. Therefore, the gentleman's amendment is accepted. Without objection, do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment?
Chairman.
Chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Babin, for bringing this amendment forward. I visited your neck of the country, and water infrastructure is extremely important down there. What you've proposed is really common sense that could and very well likely will save the taxpayer money plus provide a better system in the end. So I wholeheartedly support this amendment.
The gentleman yields. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on this amendment?
Eddie British Johnson, I just want to express my support.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members wish to be heard on this? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr.
Mr.
Graves.
Chairman, I just want to make sure I understand this. So this is an amendment that would add basically a new objective of the project. Is that correct?
The chair considers this a technical change to the Sabine Pass to Galveston Bay Hurricane and Storm Damage project. So it's a technical change.
If the gentleman would yield.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, you are correct, Garrett. That's essentially what this would be. I want to say thank you to all who are in support of this bill. Appreciate that. Appreciate the chairman and the ranking member as well.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. Get ready, unmute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now you got to mute. All those opposed now signify by saying nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. And the amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Next amendment is number 187, offered by the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Garrett Graves. Gentlemen, 187, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 187.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'm offering this amendment on behalf of my colleague, Congressman Clay Higgins, that represents Southwest Louisiana. Lake Charles is one of the fastest growing ports in the United States. Extraordinary amount of economic activity. I can't cite the current figures, but I know at one point in time there was over $100 billion that was projected to be invested in this area. The navigation channel there has year after year had big challenges, like many other navigation channels around the country cited previously by the chairman, and that the authorized depth has been difficult to maintain to a large degree because of the inability to dispose of the sediment, not having the spoil areas or sediment disposal areas. Because this is such an important channel, both for the state of Louisiana as well as for my friends in Texas, we've got to solve this problem. So what this amendment simply does is it directs that a study or a report be issued to the Transportation Committee evaluating options or alternatives to the disposal of spoil material or dredge material associated with the navigation channel. Mr. Chairman, I want to make note that one of our real objectives or hopes here is that we can find ways to beneficially use the dredge material in places where it's cost effective to actually restore the wetlands of the coast that I cited earlier, the extraordinary loss. So urge adoption of the amendment, yield back.
The chair rises in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This amendment modifies the Calcasieu. We realize that, I'm sorry, I had an old copy of the amendment. So I understand the gentleman has modified the amendment, and the chair is willing to support the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you working with us.
Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment? The chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was excited to see this amendment. It kind of reminds me of the amendment you had on Nantasket Beach dealing with spoil material. I was also excited to see that my colleague from Louisiana had a good idea on an amendment. but he did reveal that it was our colleague, Mr. Higgins' idea. He was simply presenting it in committee. So with that, I would like to offer support for this amendment and yield back.
Any other members wish to be heard on this amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Brian Babbitt from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. I won't take 5 minutes, but I just want to say I think this is a great amendment. I'm full support of it. Mr. Higgins' district actually butts up against mine. He's in southwest Louisiana. I'm in southeast Texas. The only thing that separates us is the Sabine River. And Lake Charles is a growing, burgeoning port, and I fully support this. With that, I yield back.
Are there any other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? If not, are there any amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
That was good. All right, anybody opposed, please unmute, signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion, the amendment is adopted. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, on amendment number 002.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Garcia of California, number 002.
Gentleman from California is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Graves, for the very gracious introduction. I'm proud to be serving
Gentleman
on
will
this committee and
suspend.
on this team.
Gentleman will suspend. The chair wishes to reserve a point of order. The gentleman may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proud to be on this committee, proud to be on this team, and thank you all for letting me be a part of this solution. I'm encouraged that my first engagement is a bipartisan and critical bill that also does not exacerbate our debt. So, Mr. Chairman, from 2011 to 2017, California experienced one of the most severe droughts in the history of the state. California residents and businesses were forced to significantly reduce their water usage, and the state's economy, particularly the agricultural sector, experienced enormous losses. According to some estimates, total direct statewide economic losses to agriculture rose to almost $4 billion from 2014 to 2016 alone. In 2016, Leader McCarthy and Senator Feinstein came together and struck a deal on what was called the WIN Act in order to help protect against a repeat of this devastation in future droughts in our state. The WIN Act was intended to help address the serious water problems in my home state of California and to modernize our nation's water infrastructure. The California water provisions found in Title III, Subtitle J of the WIN Act are meant to ensure a stable and reliable water supply for the state by funding water recycling and desalination projects, increasing storage capabilities, and streamlining water infrastructure projects. And these provisions are set to expire in 2021. My amendment would simply reauthorize these bipartisan California water provisions through fiscal year 2028. We cannot allow ourselves to fall into the trap of believing that just because California has been lucky enough to experience a number of wet years since the enactment of the WIN Act, that these provisions are no longer needed. Allowing these provisions to expire would put the state at great risk during dry periods that are certainly to come. Now, I understand that the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee does not have jurisdiction over the provisions of the WIN Act in my amendment. So I wish to ask for unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment. But Mr. Chairman, I ask that you work with me as we go to conference negotiations with the Senate to ensure that these critical provisions are not lost in a jurisdictional black hole. And I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Let me just say that the chair was prepared to insist on his point of order. The amendment is not within the scope and of this bill and unrelated to the Army Corps' mission as it relates to the nation's water resources. However, the chair is willing to have any further discussions that might be able to address the gentleman's concerns, and we do appreciate his willingness to withdraw his amendment. The amendment is withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
The chair, does any other, well, the amendment has been withdrawn, but the chair will recognize the gentlelady, Ms. Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. The gentleman refers to recycled water, and that was my HR 1162, which was included in HR 2. So be ensured that we are addressing the drought cycles in California to try to allow for more funding to increase from 50 million to 500 million recycled water funding for all agencies that so need it. And I agree with you in that matter. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for Palmer number 34.
Mr. Chairman, I'm doing a Palmer number 34.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana on behalf of Mr. Palmer of Alabama. The clerk, could you please designate Mr. Palmer's amendment?
Amendment to H.R. 7575, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 034.
Gentleman from Louisiana is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment, very simply, what it does is each year, as you know, there's a 7001 report that's issued to the Congress that identifies the different projects, I guess, that are subject to authorization and in the core process or perhaps available for the core process for study or implementation. What this amendment does is it would require in that annual submission to Congress that the Corps of Engineers also identify all of their feasibility or general investigation reports that are in the process. And the objective of my friend from Alabama in filing this amendment appropriately is identifying those projects or those reports, those studies that have been in the process forever. For example, as of August of 2017, there was over $230 million in studies. There were 36 studies that were over 5 years old and 20 studies that would require additional funding. And so I support this amendment. I appreciate my friend from Alabama helping to provide that transparency to this committee so we can make informed decisions and help to focus the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on deficiencies, on project implementation, and not on studying these projects forever. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the value of the gentleman's amendment from Mr. Palmer of Alabama as stated by the gentleman from Louisiana. The chair rises in support of the gentleman's amendment at this time. The gentleman is correct. This amendment simply directs the secretary to account for all outstanding feasibility studies, which are many, when submitting 7001 reports to Congress. The chair agrees that it's a good idea to know which feasibility studies still need to be done and where we stand and when the Corps expects to complete them. So we join with our colleague from Alabama and urge our colleagues to join in support of this amendment. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment?
Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes the ranking member, the gentleman, Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, Mr. Graves has presented a very good amendment of Mr. Palmer's idea, which again is somewhat similar to Representative Finkenhauer's amendment that provides better efficiency and transparency with the Corps. This is a good idea, and I support the amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be heard on this amendment? The Palmer Amendment of Alabama. Are there any amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, please mute. All those opposed to the amendment signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair now recognizes the gentleman for Louisiana, Mr. Graves, for amendment number 188.
188 or 183? Oh, 88, okay. Mr. Chairman, I have amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please designate the amendment?
Amendment to HR 7575, offer Mr. Graves, Louisiana, number 188.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just today, the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works submitted a 203 report to the committee that authorizes improved access to Port Fourchon, Louisiana. It's at the bottom of Bayou Lafourche. It's known as Belle Pass. This is a deepening project. This project has been, like many Corps of Engineer projects, stuck in the queue for many, many years. There's an effort to use the dredge material to provide back barrier marsh and to improve restoration projects in this coastal port. I want to say it again, this project has been through OMB, it has been through the Assistant Secretary of the Army. This project is recommended to the Congress for authorization, and I strongly urge the committee to adopt the amendment. However, Mr. Chairman, despite the fact that I'm going to roll with you in accepting two of my amendments that I, as Mr. Westman pointed out, did not conceive, I am willing, because I understand the majority has some concerns about not being able to get all the way through the report on this. I am willing to withdraw the amendment, Mr. Chairman, provided that we are going to be able to work together as this bill goes to the floor, giving the committee a little bit of time to get through this. I do want to make note that this project and report has been around for many years and should not take long to get through. So with that understanding, Mr. Chairman, that we're going to be working together to add this in the floor and just give you all a little bit of time to get through it, I will ask unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment.
The chair welcomes the gentleman's decision to withdraw. But for the withdrawal, the chair would have been forced to oppose the gentleman's amendment. However, and the gentleman has stated correctly, this study came in from the Army Corps of Engineers just minutes ago in the middle of this markup. I commend to the gentleman for his timing. The amendment would authorize a locally developed feasibility study under the Section 203 authority of Port Fourchon, Louisiana. And the chair does commit to work with the gentleman as we head to the House floor, but all things considered, it would be prudent to review the study first. As the gentleman has noted, it has just arrived, and there's some lack of clarity that remains an obstacle. So the chair welcomes the gentleman's decision to withdraw.
Will the gentleman yield for a UC request?
Of course.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent just to include in the record the transmission letter from the ASA to the chairman, as well as correspondence from OMB, 3 pages here. And Mr. Chairman, if you give me one more minute here, I also ask unanimous consent. This pertains to the manager's amendment, a letter from our governor addressed to myself and Congressman Cedric Richmond in support of a provision that was included in the manager's amendment. I just ask unanimous consent that both these documents be included in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
I understand Mr. Graves has an amendment of the desk. The clerk will designate.
Amendment to HR 7575, offered by Mr. Graves, Louisiana, designated as MTG1.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. Recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is Graves MTG1. I just want to be clear, this is the last amendment that we're doing today. All my friends here virtually. Mr. Chairman, I offered an amendment earlier and had offered to work with the majority on this project. This pertains to the Morganza to the Gulf project, but of course, Mr. Chairman, it pertains to any project that meets these conditions. Mr. Chairman, this project, I'm going to say it again, it has been around since 1992. 1992. How many of you have a Corps of Engineers project that's been around since 1992? No, I see you, my friend. Hey, Grace, good to see you. Hold on, I know, but let me run through the criteria, because if anybody else fits this, I would love to have you join me. You have a project that's been around since 1992 in the study phase. In the study phase since 92. Number two, has been authorized in law for construction at least 3 times. And in this project, it's actually 4. One case, it was a separable element. Been authorized for construction 3 separate times by the Congress. In 2000, in 2007, and again in Word of 14. Number 3, it's previously received construction funding through the Corps of Engineers, and yes, it was FC and CE funds, but it was for construction, as well as construction funds through the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program. Number 4, if the project would have been completed, would have saved over $250 million, in fact, well over $250 million in FEMA expenditures. Number 5, if the study has been initiated and the study of reconnaissance phase initiated over 25 years ago, again, I made reference to the 1992, and, Mr. Chairman, that the project has had the non-federal sponsor, the state and the Terrebonne Levee and Conservation District and the South Lafourche Levee District invest $500 million in it. So what this amendment does is it says any project or separable element that's been authorized in law for construction 3 or more times. Number 2, that has over $100 million in existing federal taxpayers' funds invested in the pre-construction engineering, design, and construction phase, has previously received federal construction funding through the Corps of Engineers and through a second agency. If the project was completed, would have saved $250 million for taxpayers. Number 5, if it has been stuck in this process for 25 years, a quarter of a century. And number 6, if the state and local governments and non-federal sponsors have invested $500 million or more, then here's what you get. You get the same treatment as 5 other instances that's already in the base text of the bill, and now 6, because we accepted an amendment a little while ago that added a 6th one. So I'm asking for the same thing as what everybody else got. That's all I'm asking for. It says, shall not be considered by the Secretary as initiating construction of the project such that future funds will not require a new investment decision. You can Google the text, do a text search. It's in the bill already. And so that's what I'm asking for. There is not another project in the country that has been through the absurdity of this project. The Corps has spent $80 million in your money, in the people we represent's money, studying it. It would have saved hundreds of millions of dollars in FEMA flood claims. We can't continue doing this to people. And I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Any others wish to be heard in the amendment? Hearing none. I still rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. This is still an appropriations issue. The gentleman is inaccurate in stating there are 6 other or 5 or 6 or whatever number other.
The gentleman yield?
No, I won't. In this bill, there are 2. One is the Everglades, where the administration screwed it up, and the other is the McConnell curves, and that is because the project was authorized to 8 feet, and it's being reauthorized to 12 feet to deal with the problems in the curves. The others for Ranking Member Graves and others are projects that are studies. So this is a $14 billion construction project. And, so again, the Appropriations Committee is opposed to this as a new start at this point in time. And with that, I will ask that we move on to a vote. Are there amendments to the amendment? Oh, Mr. Westerman, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate Mr. Graves bringing this amendment up. It's a very important issue. It's, as he mentioned, it's been going on since 1992, and I can understand his frustration. I think if he would have put the condition in there that it starts with M and ends with A, it would have had everything covered on the conditions. But in all seriousness, it is an important issue that needs attention. However, because of our bipartisan agreement, I'm going to have to be in opposition to the bill or to the amendment. Mr. Graves, I would yield you some time.
Thank you, Ranking Member Westerman. I appreciate the sensitivity that you're showing there in this this amendment. I do want to state for the record, in response to the chairman's comments, this bill, as the current text has, I believe it is 6 times right now where it circumvents New Start appropriation language. And I don't want anything on the record to suggest that what I said was not accurate. I'd be happy to include in the record that site. I just want to make note the chairman did indicate that 2 of them pertain to construction and the other ones are on studies, and I agree with that. But I did not mislead this committee in any way. It is in the bill text where New Starts is being circumvented. I believe it's 6 times in the bill right now. I yield back to my friend from Arkansas.
Again, I oppose the amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Other members wish to be heard? Hearing none, then we will move to a vote on, are there amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, I will then call for a vote. Everybody please unmute. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed by saying nay. Nay.
Nay.
Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Graves?
I request a recorded vote.
Okay, on that, a recorded vote is requested. I'm not going to read the script because we're just going to move on to the 2 votes that have been requested. So in what order will we do the 2 votes? Okay. The first will be the question on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Perry, number 152, on which the noes prevailed pertaining to the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. Is a recorded vote still requested? Yes. The clerk will call the roll. Members are reminded you have to have your camera on.
I want to know.
Wait, hello everybody. Have your camera on. Clearly state your name when called upon by the clerk. He's watching his screen, but it's easier for him to find you if you state your name because you pop up. And please keep your microphone off until your name is called. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio.
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri.
Mr. Graves votes no.
Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton.
Congresswoman Norton votes no.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Young. Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Larson of Washington.
Who's ever playing
Crawford, yes.
tunes, please stop.
Mr. Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs.
Gibbs votes no.
Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida.
Nay.
Mr. Webster of Florida votes no. Mr. Lipinski.
Mr. Lipinski votes no.
Mr. Lipinski votes no. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Perry.
Mr. Perry votes aye.
Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Cirez. Mr. Davis of Illinois. Mr. Garamendi.
Garamendi votes no.
Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mr. Woodall. Mr. Woodall votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Katko.
Mr. Kelly, no.
Mr. Katko votes no. Mr. Carson of Indiana.
Mr. Carson votes no.
Mr. Carson of Indiana votes no. Mr. Babin.
Mr. Babin votes aye.
Mr. Babin votes aye. Ms. Titus.
Titus votes no.
Could the gentlelady repeat?
Titus votes no.
Ms. Titus votes no. Mr. Graves, Louisiana. Graves, Louisiana votes no. Mr. Maloney of New York.
Mr. Maloney votes no.
Mr. Maloney of New York votes no. Mr. Rouser.
Hello. Mr. Rouser votes no.
Could the gentleman repeat?
Mr. Rouser votes no.
Mr. Rouser votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Mr. Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Bost.
No.
Mr. Bost votes no. Ms. Brownlee of California.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee of California votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas. Ms. Wilson of Florida.
Ms. Wilson votes no.
Ms. Wilson of Florida votes no. Mr. LaMalfa.
LaMalfa, no.
Mr. LaMalfa votes no. Mr. Payne. Mr. Westerman. Mr. Westerman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Smucker.
Smucker votes no.
Mr. Smucker votes no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier votes no.
Mr. DeSaulnier votes no. Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell votes no.
Mr. Mitchell votes no. Ms. Plaskett.
Ms. Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Mast. Mr. Mast votes no. Mr. Lynch.
No.
Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Gallagher.
No.
Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Carbajal.
Carbajal votes no.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Mr. Palmer.
No.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Brown of Maryland. Mr. Brown of Maryland votes no. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
No.
Mr. Fitzpatrick votes no. Mr. Espilot.
Espaillat votes no.
Mr. Espilot votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon of Puerto Rico votes no. Mr. Malinowski.
Malinowski votes no.
Mr. Malinowski votes no. Mr. Balderson.
No. Alderson, no.
The gentleman is not on the screen.
I don't have access to a screen, sir. Oh, I do. Wait, there we go. Balderson votes no. Thank you.
Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Stanton.
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Mr. Spano. Mr. Spano votes no. Ms. McCarcel Powell.
Doing the Stanton rowing a boat.
All right, well, look, tell him I said, hey, and look, I got to get down to this business.
Mukartal Powell votes no.
Ms. McCarcel Powell votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Mrs. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller votes no. Mr. Allred?
Mr. Allred votes no.
Mr. Allred votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Ms. Davids of Kansas?
Davids votes no.
Ms. Davids of Kansas votes no. Mr. Garcia of California?
Mr. Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of California votes no. Ms. Finkenauer?
Finkenauer votes no.
Ms. Finkenauer votes no. Mr. Garcia of Illinois?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia of Illinois votes no. Mr. Delgado?
Delgado votes no.
Mr. Delgado votes no. Mr. Pappas?
Pappas votes no.
Mr. Pappas votes no. Ms. Craig?
Ms. Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Mr. Ruda?
Mr. Ruda votes no.
Mr. Ruda votes no. Mr. Lamb?
Mr. Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Crawford?
Crawford, no.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Sirez?
Mr. Series votes no.
Mr. Sirez votes no. Mr. Davis of Illinois? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Weber of Texas? Mr. Payne?
Mr. Payne votes no.
Mr. Payne votes no.
Chairman, I'd like to ask some quiet.
Oh,
Brian Bevan.
does someone want to be recorded? Where
Yes,
is he?
this is Babin from Texas. How am I recorded on that vote?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Babin is recorded as aye.
I want to change that to a no.
Okay, the clerk will report the tally, please.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 2 yeas and 62 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The next order of business is a vote on the amendment by Mr. Graves, MTG1, on which noes prevailed. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. DeFazio?
No.
Mr. DeFazio votes no. Mr. Graves of Missouri?
Mr. Graves of Missouri, no.
Mr. Graves of Missouri votes no. Ms. Norton?
No.
Ms. Norton votes
Norton
no.
votes no.
Mr. Young? Ms. Johnson of Texas?
Johnson of Texas votes no.
Ms. Johnson of Texas votes no. Mr. Crawford?
Crawford, no.
Mr. Crawford votes no. Mr. Larson of Washington?
Representative Larson votes no.
Mr. Larson of Washington votes no. Mr. Gibbs?
Gibbs votes yes.
Mr. Gibbs votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Webster of Florida?
Microphone.
The clerk will suspend. The chair admits to an error. The clerk did not ask if a recorded vote was still requested. The chair should have asked if a recorded vote was still requested, and I failed to do that, so I recognize the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman, while I am incredibly frustrated by this project and the process, I will ask unanimous consent to withdraw the vote.
Okay, I thank the gentleman, and I regret the mistake. So with that, that vote is nullified, and the amendment is withdrawn. We're now at the question is now on the adoption and favorably reporting of H.R. 7575 as amended to the House of Representatives. Get ready. Unmute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The bill is approved and reported favorably to the House. I ask unanimous consent that each bill or order reported today will be reported as single amendment, nature of substitute, including any amendments adopted without objection. So ordered. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make all necessary technical, clarifying, conforming changes to each of the bills ordered reported today reflect the actions of the committee without objection. So ordered pursuant to House Rule 22, Clause 1. I ask unanimous consent that the chair or his designee be authorized to offer such motions as may be necessary in the House to go to conference with the Senate on the legislation adopted today or any similar without objection. So ordered. I ask unanimous consent that pursuant to Rule 11, Clause 2L, members have at least 2 calendar days in which to file any supplemental, minority, additional, dissenting views on the legislation adopted today without objection. So ordered. As unanimous consent, the chair of the contestation, the ranking member has authority to strike or revise any provision of the bills order reported today that would cause a sequential referral to another committee to cause the bills or in concurrent resolution to be subject to Paygo Act, stupid Paygo Act. Point of order. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to Rule 5, the Rules Committee today, Transportation Infrastructure Committee chose to notice quorum actions taken all committee business. That the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure has completed its business for the day, and the committee is adjourned.
Thank you. Yay.
I envy all of you in cooler places, except those in California in a hotter place, I guess. And lots